Hello, everybody. It's another Play It Forward here on the Loading Ready Run Entertainment Network. I'm Beej. You're strapping in for six, seven, what? Sure, the seventh episode of me playing Betrayal at Krondor. You might be like, but Beej, I don't hear any music, and that's because I haven't started the game yet. Because we did a little bit of sound fixing. So while I start things up, I also want to ask or say to everybody, if you are watching the stream on Twitch, that's great. I will be thanking you subscribers later when the show is over, I believe. And YouTube membership people. If you're watching this on the VODs, you can go over to our main channel, youtube.com/loadingreadyrun, and subscribe to our memberships if that's the way you'd like to support us monetarily. But also there is the Patreon, patreon.com/loadingreadyrun. There's a lot of you, I think it's like over 2,500 of you that are helping to support us, and we really appreciate that. And like I always say, you'll probably look at the numbers and be like, boy, that seems like a lot. There's a lot of us working here. So that money gets spread around. And we also have a moon base and, and expenses. But that worked. That was a MIDI sound. Many sounds that are different. Also, the music is very quiet. So now I need to know, is that too much? And do we need to change it up a bit? I don't know if we do. It's probably fine. The sound effects are quite loud. So if I am to bring the music up, I can do that. That's just very simple. We just cancel out, quit to DOS. And I just have to make a quick change to a configuration file, which just totally brings me back. This has been really cool for me. I've had my good friend Brian from high school texted me. He's like, I've been watching the show. And I'm like, that's awesome. He's like, in fact, I played some of the game last year, and I was like, I was thinking about playing the game during last year. Did we have a whole moment? Like, I don't know if we had a whole moment where we were like figuring this out together or not, at a distance. But yeah. And he's like, it still holds up. I'm like, it still holds up. We're in agreement there, absolutely. So that was pretty cool. Excited about that. Oh, Jaden Cynic saw him in chat last stream. I didn't see him say anything. I would have said hi if I knew he was around. Let's start the game again and see if it works with a bit better audio this time. But yeah, if you are backing us monetarily, I want to thank everything that you're doing there. That is very generous of you. It helps keep everything rolling here, and we do thank all of you for doing what you can for us. Again, MIDI sounds. I think we're probably okay. I could definitely... It was late. Oh, well, fair enough. Thank you, Jaded Cynic. We could bring it up a little more if we wanted to, but I think I'm probably fine with it. If everyone else seems to be fine with it so far. I'm feeling pretty good about it. If it's really leaving people like, if people are like, oh, I can't hear the music at all, or it's so low, or your voice is way out of proportion or whatever, then I can make a couple more adjustments and then I can change my monitor on my side. And a lot of people are be like, okay, that's cool. If music is quiet, and that's good. I'm being asked what hair products do I use to get the whole Doc Brown look. Nothing. I don't put anything in my hair. In fact, I don't shampoo my hair. When I wash my hair, this is going to sound real weird, but due to the composition of my skin and whatnot, is that shampoos have basically ruined my scalp. And so And I've tried all sorts. I've paid lots of money for lots of different shampoos, all sorts of natural shit, all sorts of unnatural shit, all sorts of eldritch shit. And what I found worked was stop using it all. What I do is I soap up my hands, and then I rinse off my hands so they become nice and like squeaky clean, right? And that's even can be hard on my skin. And then I just get my hair nice and wet while I'm showering, and I just run my hands through my hair over and over, just over and over and over. And then your hands you get all the dirt out and whatever else because you're washing it with whatever. But then any excess oil gets caught in my hands, and then if my hands feel a little too oily, then I do it again and I do some more of that, But I don't use any suds. I just rinse all it clean. And I just let my hands, the residual nature of my hands needing oil at this point, letting it pick up skin oil that came out through my hair, and you just kind of repeat this and it takes a long time. Which is usually why I wear my hair short. So I have found that. Oh my god. So, this is it is the nature of how it works. It means my scalp has no problems. I've not had problems at all for many, many years. And not everybody can do that. I've recommended it to people online before when they've said, it's like, oh, what's a way to like clean my hair that really works good? And I'm like, this is a way to do it, and you could try it. And a lot of people freak out because they're like, but then I'm not washing my hair. And I'm like, we never used to use shampoo for decades and decades. We used to clean our hair in other ways, and there's always something else somebody can try. So don't ever feel like hemmed into, well, it has to be done like this, right? Like when I was a baby, it was Johnson & Johnson No More Tears, and you use that for many, many years. But at some point, skin chemistry changes, and you just can't do those kind of things anymore. I used to get really bad dandruff and really bad like psoriasis type stuff. It wasn't really psoriasis, I guess, but whatever it was, but terrible buildup and like all sorts of stuff. It was just like, this sucks. And then when I just kind of dropped all that and said, let's just start with getting back to like a neutral situation, I realized that my neutral situation was actually just what I needed, and that's all. So that worked out. Now, we are in the 2 inns area. There's one inn, and turn a little faster, and there's a second inn, and that inn is less expensive than the other. And we were walking along the main roadway, and we encountered... God, it feels like I'm going slower. Am I? Step size, small, medium, large. Let's take that up to medium. Medium? That's a bit better. Oh, I bet you that whoever it was that changed the that did the updates to this so that all the sound effects work also changed the step sizes and everything. So they were, well, I prefer them to be small, and I'm like, I understand that. Not me though. We're gonna take that back down to medium, though. It's a bit of a weird turn. Great. That feels pretty good. So there is lots of... we had a Rusalki fight already, and there'll probably be more of that coming. And actually, let's see what road I'm on at this point. Okay, so if we go south, we hit Silden, and that's probably where the road south actually leads. And that's probably the best idea at this point, is just head down to Silden. So, I'm going to do my best to keep up on what you guys are saying in chat as well. And if I don't, I apologize. It's the nature of playing a video game. Oh, see, Rusalki are back again. Now, I could go fight them, because I will go up levels for having fought them. Is there a good way to fight? Did I need River Song for this to work? I have no idea. Kazduke asks, would Beach consider rocking a beard like Gorath? No. Cause look at those. This seems like a big combat. Okay, well, we had to save. Let's go after it. Because I can't grow facial hair very well at all. I can grow some. I can't grow a lot of facial hair very well. All right. Fetters of Rhyme is a freeze. Flamecast is fire damage. I guess we can try the spare that. Oh, you know what? No. We figured this out already. The real play here is Hocho's Haven. Probably for a lot. Cast it on who you don't want to die immediately. Locklear pulls out the... Oh, you know what? Actually, Locklear just runs up and fights somebody. Now, does Gorath take damage from that? We don't know. It doesn't look like he did. Great. So he runs up and hits this person. Jesus. All right. So I guess the answer here is B, aggressive. B-E, aggressive. That's good. Now, can I get to Spare Thy Eyes to work against any of these creatures? If you don't hear the sound, it usually means that it fails. So now Owen is going to just cast this... God. Keep wondering if the mouse is just not working. And... yeah. That's good. That's good. Waits. Good. Did it for real. The creatures had vanished. Fearful the creatures might appear from behind Owen spun, but found the menacing apparitions had indeed disappeared back to wherever they had come from. They're gone, he said, his voice still raw from exertion. Let's get moving again. All right. Stealth went up. I'm going to slam down a bookmark so that I can walk to this house. Ah, yes. What was worth almost dying over, Beej? Well, that many. Let's go to Sildon, then. Are we going to be able to make it to Sildon? A ruby. And some rations. Wrong mouse click. We will take those rations. Share with party. I'm not going to worry about that ruby for now. Yeah, but I don't know anyone named Ruby. Oh, no. Crap. Oh yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, that little aside of mine that I just made, that was a reference to an old Larry Miller bit called there are 5 stages of drinking. 6 if you live in a trailer park. Everyone laughs. Okay, we will deal with 5. Let's... If I'm going to have a fight, I don't want to die. So we're going to give N1 to Gorath. And And this is what again? This is, oh yeah, improves being able to hit dudes. As does this. Come on. Come on, mouse. As does this. Thick and tantalizingly sweet, Owen sucked down a dram of the sorcerer's potion, then recorked the vial with the heel of his hand. Slowly, his awareness of the world dimmed, shoved aside as something within him began to reorganize his thoughts. Soon there would be no thought in him but his spell casting. And why not? Fatimore's formula. Cringing as a faint rush of heat washed through his muscles. Suddenly he felt wildly exhilarated. Oh, the enemy was not surprised. I don't recall having given you permission to be here. A large bull-necked man stalked towards them, his fist curled before him. Turn around. We don't want any trouble. We're simply passing through, Lockley replied. Immediately the man turned and snapped his finger, and moments later the battle was joined. Yeah, we have sound effects now. Hide. Oh yeah, let's take out one of crossbow dudes. Oh, I don't like that. Nope, don't like that at all. Should I try to hit him? Of course not. He's standing beside me. Here. Magical powder bag! Magical pound. I don't know what the hell's wrong with this mouse. God, I can't even hit the dude. There we go. It's such a good sound. So yeah, the sound effects that you're hearing are not MIDI sound effects. The sound effects you're hearing are the Sound Blaster sound effects, which is like, that's what I remember from the old days. Let's check the corpse. Yes. That's good too. That will be good in a second. I thought somebody had some of these. Let's just give them to Gorath for now. I've already got a great ring. Maybe I'll just take this one off this dude anyway. No, not weapon craft. Armor craft. I think we'll have Gorath work on his stuff while we're at it too. Okay. Just take those levels down a hair. Oh, it's a little too quiet now. And yeah, I don't know why. That's probably fine. I mean, I like that Owen got some hits in, right? Like he was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna ruin these dudes." Throw that out. Did Locklear? Locklear does not have his own one of these. Turn his weapon craft on, which is fine. I can give him an Aventurine, actually. He can repair his own bow. There we go. And That's good. Give Gorath that. Excellent. That's repairable. All right, now take off your armor. All right, let's see here. Taken everything that could possibly be a thing. There we go. And then the one on the left. I still like that there seem to be people who come into this thing and like, so let me get this straight. You kill a bunch of guys, then you sorry, you what? Oh, then I take all their clothes off and I repair them and then I put them back on their body. Why? Why would you ever do that? Ah, you see, that's the genius of it. What's the genius of it, Precious? Locklear smelled fish. Should we go to Sildon? Yeah. Sildon's got some good music. Soaked for ages in the rank perfume of fish scales and sea salt, the wharves of Sildon seem more likely a home for a race of fishmen than the leather-skinned sailors who trod its wooden-planked docks. I wish there were more hyphens in this. Traditionally the home of the less reputable, it was known for its shady transactions with the slavers of Greater Kesh. Shop, enter, tavern, looky, tavern, back to the tavern. It's almost like it wants us to do these things in order. Locklear tried the lock. He moved closer to examine the brass-plated lock, but a group of sailors wandering by made him wary. No sense risking a night in the lockup over this. Let's leave, he sighed. So that's going to be something we do a little bit later. Let's shop. Haka's Kayunlo? Cajunlo. Kayunlo. Alright, this is the same kind of unnatural doorway. There's magic here. Excuse me. Buy, sell? I can buy more Venturine, which is probably a good idea. Oh no, we're still working on haggling on some of these dudes. So Gorath's that went up, which is good. And Weaponcraft went up, that's good. And Armorcraft went up, that's good too. Aventurine, which apparently Aventurine is I think is a stone? Okay, moving on. Those are all nice. Dragon's Breath, Flamecast, Skyfire, Hocho's Haven, Eyes of Iship, Night Fingers, Necrotic Cicatrix, Skin of the Dragon, which we already have, Stardusk, which lets you see at night, I believe, and we're back to this again. We are, I was haggling with the person who runs the shop. They don't always show everybody in all the different, places, though. We could probably sell this brooch. Could sell it in Krondor, actually. Might make some decent money off of it if we sell it there, too, but eh. Of course, money is money. I do like that. I mean, our lockpick is still quite high, which is great. Is there anything else I need? Oh, you know what? Don't need torches. Well, I don't either, you prick. Take my torches from me. I think we're fine. Still got those 4 extra restoratives, because, right, we got full blocks of restoratives here, so I don't actually need these 4. All right. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Let's see here. Tavern! Well, we've got Anchorhead Tavern. Conversation within the room halted briefly as Locklear pushed his way inside the room. Conversation within the room halted briefly as Locklear pushed his way inside the room. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Returning a nod from a rough-looking pair of mercenaries who otherwise seemed engaged in a dispute over a lost bet. So we got a talk and a pointy finger and an in and an in and a talk and a bard, and I can't do anything about those things. Coughing, talking to the woman, so problems with smoke. Hey, you should, priests are a lot of trouble, the things are said. Let's talk to this person. A tattooed dwarf stared at them. Smiling, he revealed a mouthful of teeth which had been filed into shark-like points, and his black eyes seemed just as deadly. Sa Akai and Konsi, he said, speaking with a thick Keshian lilt. He motioned to a table that was nearby. Please, gentlemen, the game awaits you. Not feeling like beginning an argument with the strange Skashakan. Interesting word. Skashakan cannibal. Locklear allowed himself to be escorted to a table where a deck of poker cards was stacked. The man was a gambler. Withdrawing a deck of cards thicker than those used for Linlan or Pashawa, he slapped it down on the table, withdrew a strange-looking card, and flipped it over. A woman was drawn on the face of the card. Called a blue lady, the man said with a drawl. The game is poker, the latest thing played by the Keshian dog soldiers. Have you heard of it? Locklear nodded. I've even had occasion to play it with the mercenaries passing through the local tavern. Although the gambler seemed disappointed, he continued. Uneven bet. I'll pay you half of what you bet since you already know how to play. What will you put up? So, we pay 200. If we win, we make 100. So if I play this, though, then we probably don't get to bard in here. And barding is better for us to be able to get everybody's barding skill up. So I'm just going to say cancel. You've had such a good run of luck. Someone else will play with you. Locklear motioned to the figure across the room. The man walked over to join them. He stood before them, eyebrows arched inquisitively.
Son, Kansi.
Hi, Joftes. The boy has the look of magician about him. Has he been educated? These are the voices we're missing out on all this time. I had a few tutors when I was young. My father brought them to our manor. I had an instructor once named Patras in Tib. He's Tiburn is what he's going to say. Haha, impressive background, my young friend. Oh, and please, you shouldn't brag so much. People might think you're someone that you're not. Why the interest in my nephew's education, Tavern Keep? Are you looking for a tutor for your children? No children have I, at the least, none that I know of. I was merely concerned that a boy with talent should go to waste. So far, the only talent that my wayward nephew has shown is a talent for eating too much and complaining too volubly. I assure you he won't be wasted on anything. I feel certain of that. Could I interest you in something to eat? I would offer you something fresh, but a thief slipped in during the night and stole most of our provisions. I have some older provisions that you might take a chance on. Yes. Fetch them for us. I believe I have enough. Pleasure doing business with you. Do you need rations? Because this is your option. Turn on the barding again. Guess we're going to do that in a second. Exit. So we've talked. We need to talk to this guy. The man scarcely acknowledged them. You look like a sorry dog, Locklear commented, noting the long look on the man's face. What troubles you? Today I drink up the last winnings I ever made in Lancer's tourneys, he said, watching the swirling contents of his cup. From this day forth, I have to earn an unsullied day's living. Locklear arched a brow. I wouldn't call being a Lancer an unsullied profession. No, the man replied with a pained smile, not ordinarily. But I'm beginning to advance in years, and my strength is not all it used to be. At the last Lancer's tourney, I bought a vial of Fatimore's formula. Unfortunately, before the last joust of the day, I was discovered drinking it. My lord rescinded my bond, and the master of ceremonies forbid me from ever attending another tourney, so I may never again seek another noble employer. Reaching into his belt, he pulled out a small vial and slapped it into Locklear's palm. All yours. I'll be happy not to see another drop of it in all my life. Locklear squinted. Why give this to us? I'm not specifically giving it to you, the man said. You were just at hand when I decided to give it up. But to give you an understanding why I'm giving it up, perhaps I should show you something. Pulling up the hem of his tunic, he indicated a puckered scar which marred the flesh above his navel. Several of the knights I defeated in the tourney gathered together and among them decided I should be taught a lesson. A hot iron shoved into your guts can be a very convincing teacher. No kidding. Bard. Okay. Inn. Yeah, we do need to sleep here. 6 sovereigns, don't louse the beds. You betcha. It's all everywhere we go. It's like, don't louse the beds. Yeah, set us up for another 6 sovereigns per night. Don't kick everybody else. You betcha. Angrily, he pounded on the counter. Ah, yes, the man said, Locklear, what is it? One of your patrons last night must have had some kind of sickness. I've been emptying my guts in your bedpans all morning. My master looked unsympathetic. I shall have to see that they are cleaned out. Glancing down at his guest book, he ran his finger down the names. I still seem to have some space available this evening. Shall you be staying again? No. Because there is a chance.
Son, Kansi.
Good, okay, we're not. There was an outside chance that we might have actually been made sick. Yeah, one more night. Get Locklear up to speed, I guess. All done. Bard? No Bard. Gambling? I'm in. Oh, nope.
Son, Kansi.
No, we'll just say no. I don't like the sound of old rations. No thank you, Tavern Keep. Perhaps when you get fresh provisions in. Whatever you wish, strangers. Chuftez and the Anchorhead shall be here should you ever wish to return. That's good to know, thanks. So yeah, can't gamble. Can't gamble, won't gamble. Let's try entering. Enter. Locklear shouted at the ship. Appearing at the railing of the ship, a golden-haired man waved down to them, then cupped his hands over his mouth. Unless one of you are in need of a trip to the priestess on the Isle of Aortus, I can't help you, he shouted. I've got to get the Mist Devil ready for sailing out within the week. Is one of you critical ill? No, but... Locklear spluttered, but was cut off by the first mate. Sorry, mates, the retreating man shouted, ringing a bell on deck. I've got to get these swabs moving. And that's it. That's Silden. That is all the Silden there is. Shop, enter, tavern, magnifying glass, which we can't deal with. Tavern again, which is the same tavern, and exit. So that is what we got for now. Let's get back on the road and head towards these boxes. Pop down a bookmark so we don't have to walk into a trap immediately. Can I do this without having to... Ah, perfect. More word log boxes. Excellent. He got it in the woods and brought it home in his hand because he couldn't find it. The more he looked for it, the more he felt it. When he finally found it, he threw it away. So again, to anybody new who's watching, if you're new to watching, if you have the answer, don't just throw it out. If you have the answer from like a guide or something, but if you're trying to figure it out, it's okay if people mention, it's like, is it this, is it this, is it that? That's cool. I don't mind the guesses and stuff. But if you know the answer because you've played this before, or because you have the guide in front of you, please don't. It's more fun to let everyone have a chance to guess this. He got it in the woods and brought it home in his hand because he couldn't find it. The more he looked for it, the more he felt it. When he finally found it, he threw it away. So let's see, we got S, C, A, T, H, L, R, E, I, A, O, Splinter. Ah, Thorn, actually. Looks pretty good. Those letters all seem to be in here. And they are. I like the shits. That's good too. Aha! Oh shit. Let's have a look to see what the spy note says. Given to Isanatus of Caval Keep the quantity of 500 rubies and 200 golden sovereigns, totaling a value not in excess of 20,000 and 200 golden sovereigns. That's a lot. Well, the virtue key might be a good thing to take, but I think we have a virtue key, and I don't really need to worry about getting another one at this point. Another word lock box. Death to our enemies! No living adversary shall escape the new king of these isles. He will lead us to glory and provide new lands for our people. Oh, okay. The weird capitalization. I remember this one from before. This is just Delicon. Wait. Oh, right. It's Owen who has the pick locks now. Not like it really matters. Literally give them to lock there and it's fine. Because as we discovered, when you're picking a lock, it depends on who you select at the bottom who's going to get a chance to pick the lock. Fan Clock says, is there anywhere that has the word lock questions, answers, and the letters available? I believe the Windows help file that comes with the game itself on CD, the one that would have the Windows installer as a part of it, the Windows help file actually has all that information in it. Today he is there to trip you up, and he will torture you tomorrow, yet he is also there to ease the pain when you're lost in grief and sorrow. Oh, a roulette, yes. Today is there to trip you up, and he will torture you tomorrow, but yet he's also there to ease the pain. Alcohol? Gotta be alcohol. I love you more than I did the week before. I don't need any of this. So why do you guys have such a weird number of... It's the one thing I could never get is why it never really works that out that well. So, let me see here. In the Silden sector, it does say visit the Temple of Aortus, but that dude was on the ship. Saying you have to be critically ill. Shit. Alright, we're going back to Silden. Actually, hang on. So, let's slam down a bookmark. What's a good way to get ill? Spoiled rations, which we can buy in Silden.
Son, Kansi.
I'll even pay you not that much.
Son, Kansi.
Okay, fine. F it, I'm just gonna take it. No, Owen can have all of them for the time being. Let's see, who do I want to get sick? Gorath? Sure. Now, if he has only spoiled rations to eat from, I believe that means if we stay one night at the inn, he will get sick. Cool. Let's see. Is he sick?
Son, Kansi.
He is not sick. Oh, if you're asleep, the condition gets healed immediately. Ah, thank you, Juniperone. Alright, well, if I gotta be awake, then I gotta go out to the thingo. And we gotta stay up until now. There we go. Kara's stomach hurt. He tipped back his head and gritted his teeth, trying to fight back the nausea he felt welling up inside him. All color drained from his face. He drank in the air in big gulps, only expelled again in a short burst through his pursed lips. He is sick. You know what? Just walk backwards into Sylvan. Ship! Locklear shouted at the ship. Appearing at the railing of the ship, a golden-haired man waved down to them, advising them to stand clear of the net that was coming over the side. "What ship is this?" Locklear shouted. "The Mist Devil, this is," the sailor replied proudly, pounding the railing with a fist. "Only ship vast enough to have slipped away from Captain Trenchard. We're readying sail for the Isle of Aortis at the moment." Locklear considered for a moment. "How much for passage to the Isles?" 30 golden sovereigns, the sailor called down. "Are you interested in making the trip? If so, come on up the gangplank." Yes. They boarded the ship. Within minutes of weighing anchor, the Mist Devil sped across the narrow channel to which separated the Isle of Aortis from the mainland. After eternity of the distant horizon seeming to grow no closer, they eventually docked with the help of a river pilot. Isle of Aortis. Mysterious as the terns and plovers who made their homes in the stony cliffs on the island. The Temple of Aortis' origins were clouded in myth. Inhabited by a splinter faction of the Temple of Killian, the priestesses who took up residence on the desolate isle, believed their prayers would one day summon the ancient sea god from oblivion. Temple, exit, temple, exit, temple, exit, eggs. They do not have any way to warp here, but I have visited at least. Enter. Same things we've always seen before. We hit talk. Locklear motioned to the figure across the room. The woman nodded, then made her way across the wooden floor until she was standing before them.
Aortis awaits. Speak your business.
Hi, Bela. Among you there are injured who need looking after. The ship should return here soon. I advise you seek help as soon as possible. But that's why we've come. The shipmaster in Sylvan said we could find a healer on this island who could help us. You've been misinformed. I'm not a priestess of Sung, and Aortis concerns himself solely with the denizens of his kingdom of the sea. He may act only on their behalf. Thus is his purpose ordained by the will of Ishap, the one above all. When I was young, I was fortunate enough to have learned something about how the temples all worked. I remembered that a god can sometimes be compelled outside his purpose in return for a duty of obeisance. That is true, but Aortis is but a shadow of what he once was. Upon a time before the Valheru warred with the gods of Midkemia, his influence was as the depth and breadth of the seas and all that moved across them. When at last he vanished, Killian assumed control of his realm. But here, some essence of what he was still survives. We cannot communicate with a god that is lost. But if we were to act on his behalf, do you think he would grant us favor? I cannot know. If there were more than an essence of him in this place, perhaps we could commune with him and learn his thoughts. But we of the Order of Aortis are the servants of a vanished god. We see his will only in very small ways. Perhaps we're here to serve that will. What can we do to help you? I can see no harm in your request, but I can guarantee no measure of success or failure in your efforts. I can depend only on what the omens may tell me. Perhaps Aortis will stir from his slumber to grant his favor. Until then, the Mist Devil will bring you no longer to this isle. All right. Could you at least give us an idea of where to start? You may be able to read the god's will in the falling of a sparrow, but some of us are not half so clever. Of late, we have had many tell us the Rusalki who sometimes linger near the rivers have become disturbed. If you may find them all and lay them to rest, it might serve your purposes. I will warn you, however, that many of these sisters of Eliaim are wily and will find ways to hide their presence. We fought 2 groups of Rusalki already. Are there more? Many do not wish to be sent into the halls of Lim's Kragma. You'll need to be clever in finding them. This is my advice. I just fucking walked around. As they filed out of the inner sanctum, Bela suddenly dropped her knees behind them. They rushed to her side, but she'd already gained her feet as they reached her. I am sorry, she said breathlessly. Aortis' touch is sometimes overwhelming. Though I cannot understand the meaning of it, something in you has aroused his interest, and he has smiled on you this day. Good luck to you. Cure? Priest shook his head. Melina is just now trying to be a healer, he said, directing his gaze at the floor. Until I've learned more, you'll need to have High Priestess Bela attend to any healing you require. Talk?
Aortis awaits. Speak your business.
Among you, they're injured and need looking after. Seek help as soon as possible. Yeah, think about the healer. Same stuff again. So the Rusalki are a problem to them. And that's about it for that. And then done, I think, is what we're done with. Well, I do not want any hints at this point, everybody. So please do not be loading me down with hints. We will probably do these quests overall. The intention right now is we're in chapter 1. We're just trying to go to Krondor, and I'm trying to see everything at the same at the same time. Also, though, there is, like, I am taking care of side missions as they come up. Oh, there are a lot more that I actually haven't seen yet. So there will be more there was the 2 combats for Rusalki near the 2 inns, which I think we did. There's 1 Rusalka near Sloop, and I think I missed that one. I might have to go back over there. And then there's 2 more Rusalki fights here in Silden in this zone. So, some of this quest can only be completed in chapter 1. That's unfortunate. The guide did not make clear that that's something I should be keeping in my eye out for. Let me see. Just gonna have a quick read of this thing. And also go this direction. And if I open the map web, okay. You'll not be able to enter the temple again until you've performed this quest. So 2 groups of 3, 1 group of 4, and then there's another one. And they're just saying to follow the sorry. So I didn't actually fight the other ones around here yet either. So I'll have to do that here soon, or I guess now, in fact. We can go find that one that's in Sloop, I guess, and I fought the ones that are near the 2 inns, so I'm going to walk around this sector near Silden before we get to the next town, which is Lighton. And it sounds like I don't need anything else from this temple right now. I just need to go. Is that correct? I'm only asking that part. I only need to go. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Juniper. They boarded the ship. Within minutes of weighing anchor, the Mist Devil sped across the narrow channel which separated the Isle of Aertus from the mainland. After returning to distant horizons seeming to grow no closer, they eventually docked with the help of a river pilot. And we're back. And we leave, and just throw these in the bag. Shove the rations, spoiled, into a spare bag. Yep. You can have all of those. And I will give you... How much do we have here? 6, 7, 8. Let's do 7, 7, 8. That's probably okay for now. Great. There's that dude. Gorath is sick. Oh. No, we should not. Not until I've found out if there's anything in it. Safe. Owen is going to be our lockpick this time, I think. Oh god, he got it in one. And more of that. Armorcraft? Armorcraft. Armorcraft, armorcraft. Yeah, good sounds. Whack, whack, whack. Okay. So if we head out of here, the idea, I believe, is that we go this way so that we can, I think the 3 chests are over there. We go this way so we can bend around to the rivers on this side. No, the rivers are all here. The Rusalki only like do stuff between here. They're not going to show up over here. So then where are those other... I must have missed some combats along the river, so we're going to have to go along the river. There's all those rogues. There is a whole thing. I think I looked in this already. Yeah, there's a ruby in there. There's this abandoned house. Basically, just track the riverside, I guess, until I get to Sloop. And there's these guys, the rogue mage and 2 rogues. And we will camp. Oh, is he still sick? Ah, he's still sick, that's why. It's like he's not getting any better. Cool. I guess what we'll do is we'll go to the 2 inns, and I'll stay in the cheaper of the 2. Did we open these yet? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Claws like a cat, etc., etc. Camp till midday. Go in. Barkeep. Just haggle, why not? Sure, accept. Share with party. Let's see if that even worked. 10, 12, 10. Close enough. That's 4, 4, 2. Just have those. Did that work? 12, 14, 1, 12. Yeah, almost worked. Everyone's got 13. Sure. Didn't think that would work anyway. Innkeeper. Dangerous? Yes. 25 for the night? Sure, why not? I think I'll be fine. And healed up. Go this way. Dun, 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 dun. I did knock on that house, didn't I? Yes. Buck Roush. No, we didn't. Oh, you know what? Actually, Actually, Buck, you know what? You might be able to help me. Take this thing off my hands. Oh, Christ. No, I don't. I could have just given you free inventory, actually, dude. If you just said, like, I'm not going to pay for it, I'm like, don't. Just keep it. Add it to your inventory. Pretend you made it, I guess. Never open anything without checking to see if it's trapped. Actually, how good is Locklear's got 25. Well, Owen's going to be a while at this one. I think we opened this one already. Might as well concentrate. %. Not bad. Also, I'm pretty sure it's 35%. That's good. I'm pretty sure that what was it again? It doesn't matter. I'm blanking out on other things. What are we doing here? 37 already. That's not bad. I do think it's funny that he's cracking all these pick locks, and obviously this is a very hard lock to pick. That's fine. But I like that he's sometimes it's like, oh, I'm fine, but then sometimes he just busts the damn things 2 in a row. But they don't break off in the lock, which is nice. There was it's another game that we got around the same time as this. If I remember correctly, was Stone Keep. Was that what it was called? I think it was by Interplay. And it was a first person dungeon crawling type thing, which is very interesting. I mean, a lot of the things back then is like, unless you had absolute top of the line computer, you tended to spend a lot of your time fighting the computer to let you run the games, because it was definitely a, like, you had an amount of like, does this thing need EMS memory or XMS memory? Okay, well, it's by rights, you're going to turn all your memory into XMS memory, but you might decide you want to turn into EMS memory, so you need to write something. You need to either make a boot disk, or you need to write an autoexec bat and config sys files to actually change everything and then start putting menus in them, so you could like start menuing the stuff. I think it was DOS 6 is when they let you start doing menus. You could just say, this is how I want to boot this thing, yeah, it was a very like a lot of work you had to put into making stuff so you could run things, which then meant that of course you'd like throw that big heavy switch on the side of your computer. Um, you're like you're booting into like you get to this you could get to a menu. Like I had DOS 5 for a while until I got DOS 6, and it's like in DOS 5 it's like no, you're gonna need to make boot disks. There's really no way around it. Um, on my 386 SX25. And yeah, being able to like make a menu and then have a bunch of different configuration options and be like, oh, I want to be able to, this is my gaming one. This only loads the mouse driver, but this one loads the mouse driver and the CD-ROM drive, and this one loads mouse driver, CD-ROM drive, and has EMS. And it's like there was no like you couldn't just be like click 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 like click a bunch of things to say set this to this or set this to that. Yeah, these were the days of the turbo button on your computer. When you turned it off, and of course your computer slowed down. A neat thing at the time to be like, and when you find out the hardware reason why the turbo button exists, it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Oh yeah, see, Bruin on my computer, you push in the turbo button, the click when it goes in actually kept it at whatever megahertz it was. I think it was at that one was still working on the 25 that way, but that you could still have a turbo for that. And then you undid it, it would turn off. And I think had to do a lot with maybe the way the switch was wired. I'm not entirely certain. Because again, like the computer I had back in the day, when I got into my Pentium series, that was made by a company called Xenix, and they made their own motherboards, and they're a Canadian company based out of Vancouver. They were manufacturing their own custom motherboards with stuff, which was a wild idea. And there's all sorts of companies that were doing those kind of things where it's they manufacture their motherboards and do that kind of stuff. And then you work at a computer store like I did during that time, you find out there's like specific brands. These are the brands that make a motherboard. So these are the ones that you would use, like your OEMs and whatnot. But you couldn't just buy whatever motherboard they were using. They had them in all their computers. And the standardization of let's have everything in one place, so you don't have to make them custom to fit a certain box. That became the thing. Like you want to be able to make beige box computers, so you would anybody could release a PC, so you would make everything to these standards. But I mean, at that time was also a lot of like is it AST and like Packard Bell. They had their own custom layouts and stuff, and the custom sized computers and everything. Everybody was making their own stuff because that was, you're trying to create a different. You try to have some differentiation within the market, right? It's like, well, our computer has the VGA thing here, and it has like serial ports over here, or it has like specific cards to do that, and and NEC was making its own computers, and like everybody was making their own computers, and it was like companies like Dell who were like, we're manufacturing computers. Like Michael Dell was doing this apparently out of his college dorm, where it's like, I'm making computers by buying regular ass parts and buying regular ass boxes, and I'm having people assemble these things and put them all together and then sell stuff that way. Even though you had like x86 computers everywhere, sometimes they were custom from the get-go, or sometimes they were like based off of commodity parts. And the commodity part thing, I think, is what really started to drive down the price of a lot of those other things, the cost of everything else. We're already up to 49%. That's pretty good. And yeah, I mean, like I remember when I lived in Medicine Hat, we had 2 or 3 computer stores in town. There was the really good one, the one I ended up working at, and there was some other ones that you were a little questionable about. Ultimately dealing in a lot of the same stuff that they were all dealing in, like beige box computers that a manufacturer was making to, installing motherboards and boxes and whatnot, and then selling them to whatever other places. And the place I worked, Memory Lane, they had they started selling Xenix, which of course is now it's ATX boards, but again, custom made boards, but they're made out to the ATX specs, so everything's kind of followed the way it's supposed to be followed. And which was nice because it's like some nice interesting decisions of things on board the motherboard, but also it means that trying to replace it means you have to do like warranty work and whatnot. And yeah, it was a wild time because like I think the point by which when like we would get compacts in. This is like pre um the digital compact merger, and then the pre-compact HP merger. Like we would get compact towers in and stuff, and they'd be really cool and like and like about 3 or 4 years later, it's like then they were trash. You're just like, oh, because they're making everything for the cheapest they can possibly make it, and that happens. And that kind of slide, like that quick change where you're like, oh yeah, Compaq makes a really reliable computer, and then the next thing you know, it's like Compaq does not make a very reliable computer at the consumer level. When I worked at Labatt, we were buying Compaq PCs on a national level, and all of them were these small form factor style. And I say small form factor, and you're thinking like, oh, like Mac Minis. I'm like, no, I mean like a box that was like half height, but like a desktop box you could stand a monitor on top of, and made out of steel. And they were like really hardcore because they were a business class computer, desktop computer that sat on your desk. And those were like custom as well, but and they were also because it's a business, they were very strict about how these things were made. There was very little deviation between any of the ones that were made. And I had like the way that things ran where I worked was in the brewery that I worked in, is like I'd have a few of these on a little thicker than a pizza box, but still pizza box computers. Yeah. I would have several on a shelf that were basically like, these are our thick clients, these are our thin clients. They're all the same computer, but it's like processor notwithstanding, but it's like, these are the thick clients, these are the thin clients. These are the ones I need for X other thing. They've all been imaged with the image that you'd need, that National IT, they'd work on the images and they'd send them out to all of us guys who were working in all the breweries and stuff. And then everything was completely standardized. So hardware was standardized, software was standardized. If I ever had a problem with one of those machines, my job was to basically go check it on somebody's desk, see if I could troubleshoot the problem. I basically could give myself about an hour. So it's like you give yourself about 15 to 20 minutes at somebody's desk to see if you can figure it out. If you can't figure it out, then the other computer you brought with you, that just is like, this is a problem that I need to take your computer back with me for. And it's not like a hardware problem, or it's not like a simple hardware problem. It's not like a very simple software problem. This is like, no, this is required actual work. So we're putting this computer in, we're plugging all this stuff in, and then you're going to log in, and then over the next couple hours, it's going to re-download and install all of the software that's been allocated to your ID. So you never did that unless you were like, this person can afford to take a couple hours out of their day to basically let software reinstall itself. And that usually wasn't the thing people wanted to do. And I'm like, I don't want to do it either. Like I have to try to fix something within an hour. And if I can't do it, then we're giving up more time. So I want to get there. I want to try to fix this damn thing. 52%. That's pretty good. We still can't get into it. So I'm just going to let, do we go? We got 10 lockpicks left. Go a little further. Why not? I get down to like 5 and then maybe we'll stop. I know I only have to go down to like 2, but I'll go to like 5. I actually also need to take a break. So maybe that's what I'll do right now. I'm going to take a break. You guys are going to watch some commercials, and when we come back, maybe we'll pick some more locks. We're boosting up Owen. Maybe I'll talk some more about what my job was like back then, or the other things I had to do, and that might be fun. But anyway, sit still for commercials. See you in a few minutes. And we're back. I did not continue doing this because I got up from my chair to go do something. That's how Heather knows when it's time to come in here and talk to you. Yeah, Jaded Cynic, it's true that a lot of our party members are going to be changing over the course of the game, but there are only 6 party members in total, and it's not as if everybody else gets reset. So mostly what I'm doing is, I think it's largely for my own my own delight and merriment. But I think that it's largely not that important that I pick this open right now, and it's largely not important. I think that Owen have the ability to pick, but it's like I don't know who I get later in the game at what times, and so having a like a couple people, maybe even a third person. We'll see who I encounter come chapter 3, how I want to do it. We'll see how that if that results in me wanting to like, it's like how many other people do I need to train on pick locking just to make this just it provides coverage, you know. So poll is nearly 50-50. Yeah, see? Harder to please all the people all the time. And there's a 300 of you watching, so I appreciate that too. I guess I should probably go look at the poll myself, just in case. I should be looking at the results. Okay. I see. 50-50 between yes and also Beej gets a reward snack, I'm guessing. It also means yes, that's fine. Yeah, so I'm seeing a lot of you also mentioned about hardware and whatnot back in the day, having the conversation too. It definitely is a I had a lot of fun back then. And I'm in grade 8, like when I was 14 years old, that's when I kind of took my biggest steps to doing all the PC stuff, because that was, we'd gotten away from the the amber screen with a 286 or whatever it was that my dad had brought home from work to work on. And he came home with a 386 SX25 with a full color monitor, and it had Windows 3.1. And I didn't know anything about it, and his thing was, well, there's all these manuals, and I'm like, okay, cool. So I start reading the DOS 5 manual. I read the DOS 5 manual cover to cover because it's like there's all these things you can do and change, and because cars were not a thing for me. Car culture in my family was not a thing. Like, my dad knew how to change his oil and do other things on the car, and it's largely like, well, this isn't a thing that you're just going to go out to the garage and do. We didn't have a garage, we had a carport. So yeah, the thing about with computers for me then is like, this is one of those free form, this is just the thing that's available. And when you know that you can play games on your computer, because I had a Commodore 64 for years, and I'm like, a new computer, and I can start reading things, and it has Windows, and Windows is the cool new thing, and trying to learn how to use DOS, because that was important to run Windows, and what does it actually mean? And how do I modify all these things to make stuff run better? And, because then you start getting shareware games from all sorts of places, and yeah, I start investing. Got it. I started investing a lot of my time into learning how this works. Oh, look at that. 2 broadswords I'm never going to use. Isn't that nice? And all it took was getting to 61%. That was an increase of 31%, I think. And also, he's carrying the Amulet of the Upright Man, so he got the boost from that. But anyway, doing that, doing the spending the time with that, and then getting and saying like, I need a copy of DOS for Dummies, I need a copy of Windows for Dummies, and it's like, why? And it's like, well, because that will help me learn how to. I killed these guys too. Right, that's hair. We already know that box. Are we near Sloop? Did I F up somewhere? We've seen all 3 of those boxes. I know that for sure. Is this Sloop? That's Sloop. So somewhere along that river, either I fought everybody I was supposed to fight, or I haven't fought everybody I was supposed to fight. The brewer. It's a new thing. Harlan met them at the door. Yes, the brewer asked, his face smeared with a seedy-looking grime. We just thought we'd pop in for a visit, Owen interjected. If you weren't busy. Don't have the time, the man said, wagging his head. Working on a new batch. It needs constant attention. Sorry, come back again sometime. There's that abandoned temple. All right, there's the jewel place. And we're not going to sell any jewels. Not that interested in dealing with this. Yeah, everyone is sleeping. We should too. Everyone's greeting us warmly. We should too. No one's about. Keep finding arrows and a ruby. That's interesting. That's happened multiple times now. Some more rations. Oh yeah, repairable broadsword. I thought you'd never ask. Nice. Certainly that's repairable. Yes, it is. Nope. Then what I do? Just put my really nice sword in the grave. Weapon craft has gone up. Let's have a look around here. I like that there's stuff on the other side of the river. It definitely, you know, it's like, oh, there's a bridge and there's other stuff. I mean, we're almost to Romney anyway, but like, yeah, I haven't seen. Oh, is this the house that makes you forget? Yep. You barely remember knocking on the door, but you're sure no one else had answered. No one had answered. And then there's the eggs chest in the back. And I think this was an inn? Yes. How are we doing on rations still? We got lots. No, not going to worry about that. I can check my skills. I don't think any of them went up. Well, we know weapon craft went up because we just recently did that, but nothing else went up, so. Yeah, that the job I had at Labatt's was a great job. It was a co-op job for when I was working, or when I was at University of Alberta. Let's think about this a bit. So, I gotta puzzle this out. I have this feeling like there's a dude on the way who's selling torches. So maybe I have to be out here at night because he was like, hey, I have torches and shovels and stuff. I'm like, oh, maybe I need to be out here at night because he was making torches available. Like, light a torch, walk around. Fix that, sure did. The hooting is nice. Yeah, you know what? Actually, Juniper, now that you're asking, and I'm gonna bring up something else in regards to this too. So yeah, the obviously everybody knows the policy, which is until the streamer asks, please don't offer hints. So that's awesome. The way this game is made, though, as we've discovered, there are certain things in Chapter 1 that if you did the long run like this, you're going to unlock certain stuff that you can't do later. And so, therefore, yes, if this is something that I can only accomplish in this chapter, then I want to accomplish it now. If it is something that I can accomplish in Chapter 2, because I believe I have to walk up this way in Chapter 2 anyway, then I can wait until Chapter 2 to do it. But if I can know what it is now, I might as well take the opportunity to do it now. For example, we met Tammany is it Tammany? He was the bard, the minstrel up in near Northwarden, and that was a thing apparently that you only get to do if you are talking to him. And then like Mitchell Waylander can raise our haggling skill, but you can only do it in this chapter, and you can only listen to Jason's story at the Black Sheep Tavern only in this chapter. So the thing that I'm following doesn't actually make it clear that, because they say visit the Temple of Aortus when you're in Sildon, and I'm like, okay, cool, we did that. Now we know something about, well, the Rusalki are an issue, and like, well, let's run around and kill Rusalki, obviously. I think we only fought like 2 sets, and I can't see any others. Yeah, they're just gonna keep doing that every hour, I think. Maybe, like, I have a map up of this area that tells me where all the, or at least of this area. Yeah, maybe I actually need to see a map. That would probably help. Sure, because I've run all the way up to near Romney. I've run through Sloop. I've run down this other area. I've run in near Sildon. So yeah, let's give me a hint of where I need to go, because I imagine if I walk away from the river, I'm not going to actually be able to do what it is that I want to do here. I guess the other option is I could literally go find the walkthrough for like Chapter 2 that would talk about this. But yeah, what I'm looking at on the if there's a Rusalk in the north of Dimwood, I've got to go up there. That's fine, I guess. Is that not... Oh. Wait, hang on. That's a hell of a walk, though. Like... Because I'm on the south side. I'd have to walk directly through the Dimwood just to take care of that. Woof. Okay, the idea is I have to explore this area at night, and if it is that I also have to walk along the river. I guess we could temple travel. Yeah, that would get me to the north end a lot faster. And what time is it now that I've been doing some of that walking? Still technically night. Let's light that other torch. Not using my rings of Prandir for this. Yeah, it's morning. Well, if we're going to temple travel, though, I also need to... if I have to temple travel, it means I have to go find a temple. Is this the keep out? That's the keep out. And those are the 2 ends. Well, let's think. Temples on this map. Abandoned one near Sloop. I can head down, I think. We can head along to Lighton and Malik's Cross and whatnot and probably find it. I haven't found... We walked this route, it feels like at night, between Sildon and Romney. Thank you, Arclight, for the map. I have literally walked that entire route, and I think I've done it at night. So maybe we need to get to the next... probably need to get to the next... yeah, we'll go west of Sylvan. We'll go to We'll go to Lighton, and we'll go down to Malik's Cross. I believe I'm going to find a temple somewhere along, at least before we get to Darkmoor. That'll be fine. And then we can warp up to probably up to here. I think that gets us in from the north. That's probably fine. Oh yeah, Darkmoor has a temple. Cool. Let's get back on it. There's also one encounter you probably already found. You don't see on the map. You triggered by interacting with stuff. All right, let's wait until night. Let's turn on a thing. I'm going to use up all those torches. This is Buck's house. There's the keep out, which is way over here, but I don't think... That was not it. Let's get that other... Is it daytime already? Oh, it's almost daytime. Walking the whole damn night. Let's use that Ring of Prandir. That'll last for 24 hours. All right. Step back out here. We're going to look at that map again and cross it with the map that I'm looking at. Zoom out. We made it up to Sloop, which is too far. There's 3 along that route. Okay, so head south along the road. House. Talk to payment of 50 gold. You wish a session with Madame. Yes. Belief in her abilities. Rumors. Do not seek them. They are no harm to anyone. Future. She'll tell your future. The very last place you'll find that salvation is with a man who seems a boy. Folding her hands in her lap. It's the fate I see for you. The fates have spoken through me. Now, he told me to accept, and I did this before. Am I supposed to reject? Because I'm seeing... It looks like I'm seeing her house on the thing. Let us... I'm guessing I have to do that. Locklear snorted his contempt for the old woman's protection. I could have said any of the same things. I've heard virtually all those things from street lunatics. Halfra, Bella shouted, was shoved aside like a mere twig as the old woman lunged to her feet, her eyes blazing furies. Raking Locklear's face with a sharpened nail, she howled in a voice that no longer seemed human. I am Halfra, you will believe, you will believe. Weeping openly, Bella moved behind his distraught wife, but rather than trying to console her, he lifted a stick of firewood and struck her to the floor. Standing over her unconscious form, he seemed poised to strike again. Confused, Locklear flashed a horrified stare at Bella, but suddenly drew back in shock as another form began to materialize around Halfra's crumpled body, taking on the shape of a young girl. For a moment it hovered, its expression glowering as it stared at Bella. And then with a hateful screech, it flashed through the air to pass through the walls of the house. Go after it, Bella sobbed, dropping to the ground to cradle his wife. Go and kill it. We are finished with the Rusalki now. Go! Nearly tripping over the clutter of the small house, they rushed inside and prepared their weapons for the Rusalki who now waited to kill them all. I guess I take a step. Here we go. Bird shot into the sky, searching the landscape for sources of animals' discomfort. Gorath whispered, I might pay attention to little creatures. Whatever startled might be close at hand. I know when scouting ability went up. Excellent. We might as well just set their fighting ability up right now, since they're going to have this fight in a second. Excellent. All right, ice ran the length of Owen's spine. Desperately, he tried to recall what little he knew of temple magic as the Rusalki advanced towards them. All right, we've talked about this. Oh, gets a free shot. Let's see here. Hocho's Haven. I'll give that to Locklear. He's probably going to be able to catch her first. Gorath, on the other hand, I'll just get him in behind. Owen. Hocho's Haven. So much. Gorath. Locklear does not have the speed to catch her, but can get beside her. Gorath. This way. Where are you going? Owen rests. Locklear attacks. Gorath attacks. Owen rests. Locklear attacks. Gorath cannot move that fast. Steps forward a bit. Owen rests. Locklear attacks. Gorath gets sick of this bullshit. Decides to put an elven quarrel in her, perhaps. Can't do that either. Owen rests. Locklear attacks. Gorath attacks. Why did you walk all the way around her? Can you not stand in that spot? Gorath moves up. Locklear. Moves here. All right. Owen's got to do something. Can Locklear shoot this thing? He can. All done. Gorath got the bump. All right. Let's walk back to talk to Bella. Bella said nothing as he let them inside. Next to the floor, Haffer was sitting up, her frail fingers clutched in her hair and a distant look on her face. Oh, she's not dead. Okay. As she regarded them, she looked more relieved than pained for her injury. She is dead? Yes, Locklear replied. Dead, or at least we may assume so. What exactly did we witness here? A foolish old woman who didn't wish to let her daughter go, she said, her voice trembling. Grabbing hold of Bella's hand for support, she continued on bravely. After our daughter died, I sought to find her with my talents. I thought if I could seize on to her, we could keep her with us. But that's not what you found, Locklear replied. Haffer shook her head. No, it wasn't. Instead, I found the spirit of the Rusalki, who promised us that she would bring our daughter to us if we would allow her to live through me to inhabit this body. For a while, we believed her, but after several weeks, we knew we had been trapped by the creature. Feeling awkward in the woman's presence, Locklear touched the woman's shoulder lightly. I am very sorry. Don't be, she said. You have freed us from a curse, and now we can begin to rebuild our lives without my daughter. For this, I shall grant you a true prophecy, or at least one as true as I am capable. Looking deep into Locklear's eyes, Haffer spoke slowly. There is one you seek who hides in many guises. He will trick you and guide attention away from himself, but he is marked by his smell. He shall be the one who holds the key to an important mystery. What is his name? Locklear asked, intrigued by the answer. I do not know, the woman replied in shame, looking to the floor. In truth, my powers are quite limited. I have told you all that I can truly see. Enough, Bella said. It's time you had some rest, Hafra. Understanding that the man wished for them to leave, Locklear nodded thankfully to fortune teller and her. Just want to be sure here. He will trick you and guide attention away from himself. Okay. Narc by his smell. And her husband. Good luck on your new life together, he said, closing the door behind them. I think you deserve it. Great. So we did that. And now we got to go judging from that fight, and this is the keep out. That's the keep out. And I think the other ones that I encountered, or the lack of encounters I'm having along this route, I think I must have taken care of all the rest of them. That's Buck Roush's house. This is the food and lodging. Where is this on the map? Food and lodging is there. Check near the fork to the west at night, you said. Oh, okay. Because if I'm at food and lodging, which is here, there should be one directly south and one further south of that, and then one, yeah, near the where everything forks off to the west. Just, shit. It's like, no, I need to sleep until now. There was the big group of them by this house. And where is that? By that house. I think I've already gone far enough that I can't get any further with it. Let's turn that on so I can see. Because this is the fork that leads west. And they shouldn't be that far away from the main road. And that's the inn. Sorry, guys. When I have the map up, I couldn't see what you were doing. Then we have to go to the Dimwood. All right. So if that's the case, I'll go to Silden and we'll sleep. So I can heal myself. Yes. In. Yeah. And the whole thing about, oh yeah, you know, it was a good time we had sleeping here. We're a little low on rations, but that's fine. There is that house there. And now we're on our way, I believe, to Lighton. Without looking away from the stranger on the road, Locklear whispered under his breath, "He's dressed in a Keshian manner. This may be trouble. Be ready to move at an instant should I say the word." It's a hot day to be idling under the sun without shade. Can I assume you're waiting for someone?
I am Mabuk, master of locks.
So do I. A spice trader come from Malik's Cross bound for Silden. I must assume his journey is delayed for a time. We shall drink full a fortnight or two in the Empress Inn. Do you fear that this traitor will be harmed in Sildon? Ha! With an eagle's eye, you see the problem. The danger that awaits there is not intended for him, nor for any man alone. Strangers live short lives that cross into Sildon when the Crawler has convened a secret session of his assistants. And this Crawler has called such a meeting? Even so, at dusk 2 nights ago, a raven was nailed to the doorpost of the Anchorhead Tavern, the sign any that hadn't business in Sildon should quit the town, and quickly. Such it has been for several years. Yeah, this whole game has had voice acting the whole time. It's just that we only were able to play back the... it was set up to only use the MIDI setup, which means all the voices are just gone and all the sound effects are replaced with calls to MIDI sound effects instead. So the lightning was that kind of sound effect too. But all the voice acting and everything else, of course, is not available through MIDI. So yeah, I found a lot of stuff on the GOG forums that talked about what you should do. There's a post from 2018 by somebody who was like, "Hey, I figured it out, and I've made a patcher for Betrayal at Krondor. Download this and run it in your Krondor directory, and it will patch everything to make everything work with like sound effects and whatnot. And since the CD audio is available, you can have then sound effects and CD audio." And I was like, "Cool. You want me to download an exe that doesn't actually talk about anything that it's going to do? It just says I worked in all the patches from whoever, and like, you want me to just download an exe and do this? That's a little terrifying because it's a Windows exe. It's not like a DOS thing that I'm replacing and moving another file in another file and then running the DOS stuff or whatever. It's like, oh, I guess we'll do this." And it seemed to appear to be safe. So I'm like, all right, so no viruses detected, no malware detected. Seems to be a serious thing. Installed it, and that is what made this happen. It was a super quick fix. It was just basically put the thing in directory, run it, and everything's done. So there we go. Then I had to play with the mixer settings to make sure the CD music and the voices and sound effects and everything were actually were properly balanced. What of the town constable? He does nothing about this criminal? In Kesh it is said that a man cannot see that has gold in his eyes. A man will not look that has sin in his heart. I believe I understand. I think we shall be on our way then, and thanks for your news of Sildon. Remember, heed the road signs. Wander no closer to Sildon than you must, for the crawler's assistants have great Kajunlo. Great power. Thank you, Abuk. We will remember your warning. He is not going to train our lockpicking, though. I thought he might, but he has opted not to. I'd like him to. I think if I run into him again, would he do it? Can we move far enough back that I could actually trigger running into him again? Oh. The ashes were cold. Let's turn around and... Oops. Get back on the road. Maybe I can... run into him again. All right. Are you still waiting for your friend? Even so, though I have blisters on my tongue and boils on my feet, I shall wait until the sun boils away my flesh and maggots chew my brain, and even then shall I wait until I have word of him. Maybe something has happened to him? I will wait. My thanks for your concern, but I cannot quit my duty to a friend. Travel fairly, sir. I will. Good luck to you. Okay. So we cannot get the lockpicking thing right now. And we should probably just wait until morning, because that's fast. There was trouble ahead. Ah, a trap. And boxes in the distance. Okay, so here's the thing. Sometimes based on where you're standing, they make it impossible to see. So you're like, I'll just walk forward, and then you do that and you die. So I believe if Gorath goes here, he doesn't die. And if he goes here, he doesn't die. And if he goes here, he doesn't die either. Good. More wordlock boxes. An untiring servant it is, carrying loads across muddy earth, but one thing that cannot be forced is a return to the place of its birth. Salmon? No. Carrying loads across muddy earth, but one thing that cannot be forced is a return to the place of its birth. I like wheel, and river's good too. Oh, we have a W. Well, let's see if... And we have an H. Nope. Water? R-I. Could be river. It is river. All right, let's fix some shit. I should actually give these to Owen because I don't know how many that Locklear's going to have when he when Locklear leaves. I don't know if he's going to stick around after that. Don't really need that shell, so there's another box right there. With sharp-edged wit and pointed poise, it can settle disputes without a noise. I would have to assume it's sword. Swart. Right, I neglected to polish a sword. It's going to use the last of that. That's fine. That's 100%. Don't necessarily need that. That's repairable, but we don't have any whetstones. I don't see any yet, so we'll leave that alone. Oh wow, Narzareth. That is a lot of bits. Thank you so much. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,500 bits. That's very, very generous of you. I appreciate that. Power enough to smash ships and crush roofs, yet it still must fear the sun. THR. War? No. Who? Wet. Wee. We're... T, tet, tist, thut. All right, so let's see here. THR. Ice. I was like, what fits this? And I was like, oh, right, ice. I saw them go by. Another Ring of Prandir. Good looking ruby. I think that's all three, right? Yeah. Generally, they don't put a lot of boxes right next to each other. some next to each other, and it's like, okay, that's good. Oh, hey. It's a farm. You know what that means? Time to take a break. I don't know why that's what that means, but that's what that means. All right. Save. It's 10 o'clock. Listen to the music or watch some commercials. Those are both options, but we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Holy shit. I mean, I can show you this now since the camera's come back. She's made me a whole bunch of avocado dip. We hesitate to call it guacamole because it doesn't have all the things in it, you know, like peas. And she got me a whole sleeve of Premium Plus saltines. And they are saltines because they have the salted tops. This will be nice. I'm having a bit of acid reflux these days. So, you know, crackers and avocado will be very smooth, very nice thing to deal with. Generally, what we'll do when we make avocado dip also is we have tahini. Oh my god. Oh, she seasoned it. Yeah, there's probably tahini in this. Just a little spicy, little bit of lime juice, dried lime extract or whatever you want to call it is in there, and salt. It's a nice spice for things like this. My parents like to have it on their salad. I'm not really so partial. You're saying, why did Beach guess it all wrong? Maybe. I mean, maybe it's like lemon juice. That makes sense. Oh, Tabasco. There we go. It's funny. The pepper's good too. The as we found, is adding acids to. Yeah, the tahini is old. You should probably just throw all of it out at this point. Adding acids to avocados works great. Like adding lemon juice and adding a little Tabasco and whatever does your avocado so great. We'll cut an avocado, take half that we're not going to eat because of we're having a big meal. So it's like I only need a little avocado for this meal. Otherwise, I could eat a whole avocado. But it's like, and then I'll just like add a splash of lemon juice to like one of our glass containers because I know they have flat interior bottoms, and just put it face down on that. That avocado is good for a few days, and put your glass lock lids on it. That thing can just sit in your fridge for a few days, and it works great. I need to have another one of these all of a sudden. Oh my god! I think she added a little more Tabasco than I expected. Maybe I'm getting punked. Anyway, farmhouse. A voice inside the house called out to them. Go away! Lord Lighton is very busy meeting with a reeve sent from Earl Presser. He doesn't wish to be disturbed at the moment. They argued with the voice behind the door for several minutes, then recognizing the futility of further discussion, left. This is Lord Lighton's farm. You can tell he's very rich because he has a whole bunch of land and very few crops. Anything else? Probably not. Ooh. It is Lighton. Great. No one is about. What time is it? Just past midday. Store! Oh, abandoned. They left all their money behind. Tavern. Another one where it's everything halted until everyone realized there's nothing going on. Finger, talk, barmaid, in, bard, mine. I believe we needed I believe we needed some rations, so I'm going to have to deal with that. Oh yeah, we are low on rations. Ah, hell. Haggle. There we go. Share with party. What did that bring us to? 8, 10, 7. Take another 14. Haggle. Oh, you know what? That's already got haggled down once. We'll just take it. 12, 14 and 2, and 11. $13, $13, $13. Excellent. Let's start with fingers. Failed love affair with a married woman. We've done that one already. Finger again. He also had failed love affair with a married woman. Happens a lot. Let's just bard. Nice. Talk. He just doesn't want to talk. Might have been a gambler. Talk. He's the gambler. Barmaid in. Oh, we're full up. Okay. Oh, but it is night, isn't it? But I can rough it. We can leave here and I can just go rough it outside. That's everything. And barding went up. Let's have a look. 45, yes. 65, yes. Oh, 100 you say. Let us camp until just past the morning. The door opened with a creak. Good day, said a lady of about 25. What brings you, kind gentlemen, to Lighton? Locklear glanced at Gorath and replied matter-of-factly, just passing through. Could we trouble you for something to drink, perhaps? You'll find a well beside the road near the center of town, she said. Realizing that she probably was a bit leery about talking to strange men, Locklear thanked her for the information and said goodbye. All right. There's a well near the road near the center of town. Et voici la messe à la supermarché. Locklear knocked, and almost immediately there was a sound of frantic movement inside the house. Then silence. He knocked again. Nothing. Hello? Silence. Is anybody there? We are weary travelers and seek only a moment of your time and perhaps a drink of water. Locklear waited patiently for a moment, then said sternly, Look, we know you're in there. We heard you moving about. Finally, with the door still closed, a man replied weakly, We know who you really are. We'll have the rest of the taxes as soon as we get the money. No amount of arguing or explaining could convince the man of the truth. The door remained closed. All right. There is some sort of anger about taxes. Small barn, community property owned by the citizens of Lighton. Sure, nothing of interest here. Let's move on. A small well in the center of town, by the road. We drank greedily. Gorath was about to knock on the front door when he heard a strange roaring sound coming from inside the house. It lasted for several seconds, stopped, then it began again. What in the name of Ishep? Gorath stood with his ear cocked to the door. Suddenly realization dawned. With a smile, he turned to leave. Owen gave him a puzzled look. We're leaving? It sounded like a wild beast in there. Perhaps we should see if anyone inside is in need of your assistance. I'm afraid even if you were a master magician like Pug, you couldn't cure a snore like that. Come on, let's allow him sleep. And there's another barn. Again, the kind of barn that doesn't lead to anything. Place is abandoned. Oh, I said I needed a whetstone and definitely provided. Let's just repair that while we're at it. How's his? It's doing great. Thanks for asking. You're welcome. How you been? Feeling pretty good, thanks. I know MTV CDM. Nothing of interest. We could have had livestock. We could be riding around on cows or oxen. I should assume oxen. I like this though, right? In this case, it's just ears of corn growing in a field, not in a properly plowed field or anything else like that. It's just like, this is a field. Okay, so we've covered this piece. We've come all the way to here. There's a solitary tree, and I click on it and nothing happens. It's a neat thing. It's like, oh, you get on that road, run all the way to the end. What do you find? There's a tree there. Here's another well. Here's another person. Standing in front of the intricately carved door, Owen stepped forward. These are magic symbols, said the magician. Carved, no doubt, by magic means... Nope, just a regular hunting knife. The figure of a small elderly man followed the disembodied voice around the edge of the house. I was out back tending to some chores. You're right about the symbols being magic, though. Carved them there myself. Name's Flar Wynn. Thrilled to be in the presence of another magician, Owen smiled and said, it would have been easier to do it magically, Flar. I suspect you're right about that, but I'm not a magician. No, it was my brother who had the gift. Died a couple of years back. The old man stared solemnly at the door for a moment, then suddenly cheerful and said, left behind a magic well, his legacy. It's guarded by a pretty nasty spell. I'll give you a good jolt unless I turn it off. You head over to the well and I'll give you a drink. It'll fix you right up and set you back only 25 sovereigns. Protection spells off, boys. Though he claimed he wasn't a magician, Flar had a knack for appearing out of nowhere. Gotta keep it on to ward off animals and freeloaders, you know. With several sweeps of his hand, he motioned them forward. Come on, don't be afraid. That's a great thing to say. The water in this well will fix you right up, only 25 sovereigns. Want to give it a try? Yes. The healing water is obviously starting to have some effect. Flar leaning closer. Feels pretty good, don't it? You'll be right as rain in about no time. Thanks for your patronage, boys. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he headed back to his house. Are we drunk? Nothing like that happens in this game, I guess. That's cool, though. The answer for what if I don't have a healer? Or, I think where we're at, if I go south, I'll go to Malk's Cross. Right. West will take me to Sethanon. So at Lighton is when I go south, I think. Little camp. When you don't have a place to heal, or you don't have a temple nearby, or anything that's kind of like some place to fix you up, it's like, well, we've given you a spot to stop that's kind of fun and different. Wait a second. I passed that completely, didn't I? I did. What's this place? Oh, it was abandoned. It's an abandoned inn. Ah, we're gonna have a fight. Stealth went up. Ah, shit. Get powdered. Oh, that didn't work. Hmm. Good. Spare thy eyes. Let's start with that one. That didn't work. I don't think. And I think Owen is poisoned. He is! Let's try that again. Didn't seem to work. That is a Nighthawk. All right. Owen was on fire. His insides burned like hot coals in a farrier's pot. This in sharp contrast to the numbness he felt in his mouth and lips. The poison that had spread through his system was slowly sapping his strength, draining him of everything but his will to survive. All right. How about some lovely rations? Time to make some repairs. Like, you okay, Owen? I'm just a little poisoned. I'll be fine. It's like, cool. You wanna fix some armor? I thought you'd never ask. Yeah, thanks. Want to fix my armor? Fix Gorath's armor? Good. That's repairable. Now, F it. Did I turn Gorath's weaponcraft on? I did. Here, have this. And True Sight Tea, sure, why not? Nice. Does he get the antidote now? Not yet. No, God, hang in there. 20 whole sovereigns, you say? And a passkey. You're not done working yet, kid. This pile here. Did I use up that whetstone already? I guess I did. Let's give that to Lockie. That's good. Okay. We repaired that, clearly. There's 5 guys. Can I see them all? Fix that. Fix that. Fix that. Fixed that, almost assuredly. Maybe there are only 4? Okay. I'm willing to accept that as an answer. Walk To the temple. Incense swirled. Temple of Lim's Kragma. Ah, yes. So now we can warp back to Temple of Tith, which would be the easiest way to get into the north part of the Dimwood. We'll do that in a second. That's going to cost us 124 sovereigns. But let's enter and have a talkie-talk. There were no walls in the High Priestess's chamber. Locklear struggled to imagine how any such room could fit within the confines of the temple, seeming as vast as any river valley through which he had ever passed. Even more startling had been the winding maze-like corridors the Death Acolyte had led them through to reach the room. Few rush to speak to Our Lady. I'm curious to know why you wish to converse with us, the High Priestess said softly. A gauzy black pavilion draped her throne, obscuring from view all but her lithe form limned in witchlight, and a single pale foot which she rested upon a skull carved of onyx. Why do you call on the drawer of nets? Seeing no point in lying to her, Locklear shrugged. Curiosity, as much as anything, High Priestess. I wish to learn a little more about what awaits me when I am no longer living, and you, short of the Mother Matriarch in Rillanon, are probably the one with the best answers. I do not like surprises. Unless you are prepared to devote your life to her services, I cannot help you. It is not something I may merely unfold for you in an hour or an afternoon, she said. I will say this. There is no joy or love in her realm, but neither is there sorrow or pain. You have nothing to fear of her unless you swear the oaths of a Nighthawk. Why, what would that mean? Pain everlasting, the High Priestess replied. Those who are Nighthawks have sworn a dark oath, and those of them that are known as the Black Slayers swear the darkest oaths of all, allying themselves to other gods or goddesses who would hold them free of the portal of death at the price of their souls. Once a man becomes a Black Slayer, he may only be called into her halls by invocation of Lim's Kragma herself, the prayer of Final Rest. We've seen a spell called Final Rest. Cure. Yes, it will require many hours of our time, and even priests must find ways to pay for their needs. For your conditions, we will need many oils and candles, 151 sovereigns, and 5 royals should cover the cost of our services. Now, I'm pretty sure some healing packs and restoratives over the course of a few days I could do this without having to pay anything. I just would have to like constantly be using healing salves and stuff like that. Or healing packs. But we'll just cure it. Owen sat up, looking around the room. He blinked at the haggard-looking healer priest who was propped up in the corner. Dimly he recalled the events of the grueling hours which had passed, hours in which he had thrashed on the bed as clerics chanted over him, other times in which he lapsed into fevered dreams filled with nightmarish creatures. You're free of your demons, the priest said with a weak smile. His voice was gravelly with exertion. It was a tough battle, but you are well enough as you are. You may go. So to bless the dragon plate armor would cost 770 sovereigns. And yeah, we can leave here and we can teleport to here and we can take on that last little thing we were going to do. Let's do that. It is literally you select it and it's like, nope, you're going. You're on your way. And we have warped before, so we know all about this. You don't get healing, though. Alright, so we want to go west. That will not be possible where we're standing. So we probably want to go south, actually. Right, the Arms of Dala. Remember this place with all the really broken down stuff that's actually cheap to buy? So we can smear this on our armor to neutralize poison. And it seems to me that, I mean, we have one already. It seems to me that if we're gonna fight guys that have poison at this point, might not be a bad idea to actually load up. Cautious not to cut himself in the shards of glass, Locklear broke a bulb of the anti-venom over the surface of his armor. Even a thin coating of the substance would be enough to neutralize a blade envenomed with the deadly silverthorn poison. How long does it last? One fight, I believe. Basically, rather, when it gets struck by something, I think the first time that that you strike it is when it actually is like, I've Inns, come on. This is a tavern? All right. Is there an inn here? I forget. I guess there is not. Yeah. Is it worth it to stock up on the anti-venom? Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly worried about it at this point. You know, I feel like we're going to be okay. I think High Castle had an inn, or it doesn't matter. We'll go towards High Castle. If we find an inn along the way. Swear I saw. I guess there was not one. Nope. No, that's fine, Hexy Lexi. I don't mind if people ask questions. Absolutely, if I do see them, I'm more than happy to answer anything that I can give answers to. At least my opinions, right? They have a tavern here too. Okay. Oh, but they have an inn. Sure. And we fully healed. Nice. And what do we need for... Well, we got 12 ration. That's great. 12 days, we can get out of here. Or we can do everything we need to do. Is there a shop? There was a shop. Ah, right. Everything is very expensive here. So now we're going to head south of here into the Dimwood. I think we've been down to this area. Scavenger's meat. Yeah, I think we have been here. That's doing good. Whetstone? No whetstones. Whetstone! I'll take that. What else do we need? I feel like we're good. I feel like we're good. It's just a buy sell. South to Dimwood. Nothing around here. Okay. Ah, tent. Nobody is in the tent. We are going the right way, right? Let's back that out a bit. We are walking to the Dimwood, yes. Okay. Mist floated in the pass. This road leads through the Dimwood Forest, Locklear said. It might be a good way to keep our passage concealed from prying eyes. Think we should go this way? Yes! They moved south. For days they moved in mist, the moisture soaking into their clothes and chilling them by night. When at last the mountains sloped downward, the fog lifted, and they found themselves standing at the edge of a great wood. Okay. So. There is somebody here. Don't need any more bowstrings at this point. Don't really care about a shell at this point. Let's have another snack. So what we're doing here is we're looking for the Rusalka leading in from Zone 7 Dimwood North. I'd have to go to my map. Let's see if I can find it here. West Waterfall, it says. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, I see. It's over there. Okay. So I just need to go west of here. Look, a dead guy. Goblin, I guess? 2 royals and a Gildas Thorn. Why not? The reason why this is a dangerous place Okay, Owen is not locked down yet. This guy hasn't moved. That worked. Great. Locklear is gonna help attack the same one that Gorat's looking at. I don't believe there's any places, like, there's no inns, I think, in the Dimwood either. Like, I barely walked through it, so... Nice. But yeah, lots of dangerous enemies here. Another goblin body, I guess. Don't eat those. There, everybody's got 9. There's a tent. I bet you that's a fight. Yeah, abandoned shelter. No one's actually lived in it in a long time. There's a waterfall, and we are moving west. All right. I didn't see the Rusalki, but I guess it was around here somewhere. Ocho's Haven for Pick Gorath. Can Gorath get there? Ocho's Haven for Locklear. Locklear. Nice. Yeah, we never did find the box the Prankstone put our stuff into. They said it was around Silden, but you were at Silden. I didn't see it. Oh, nice. Number 3. Maybe I just take that? What do we got here? River Song. I'm pretty sure he doesn't know River Song yet. He does not. Now, one thing I do know from the one time I did a run through here is I got very strong and was able to wander around the Dimwood. What I discovered was that there are a ton of spells in here. Just all sorts of places. If you're willing to walk around and fight all sorts of things. Maybe even traps. This place is totally trapped. You hear it speak, for it has a hard tongue, but it cannot breathe, for it has not a lung. Boot? I don't know. Oh. Bick, Beck, Burk, Bulk. Shoe, people are saying. It is not shoe. Bell? Yeah, bells have a tongue, don't they? My take on being in the Dimwood in the first place is largely like, this whole place is super dangerous. Why would you want to hang out here? At the same time, I'm not sure that it's like super dangerous. It might just be dangerous. Like, I don't know if it's a case of nobody would ever go to, all right, we did that one already. Nobody would ever go in the Dimwood in this. I don't know if that's the case. I think it's more like, people will come through the Dimwood understanding that, yeah, there's dangers. It's a forest. It's... Bloodless and boneless. It travels about, yet it never leads home. Streamer. Let's see here. Bloodless and boneless. It travels about, yet never leads home. We have a K, we have an O, we have an S, we have a T. Snail. Oh, that makes sense. There you go. It's funny though, because like the amount of who has all the he has the flame root oil. That's a lot. The amount of like the stuff I'm finding in the Dimwood, largely I'm like, so what? I ain't impressed. Like, I'm not finding things here where I'm like, oh yes, definitely a definitely the kind of thing where I would be, medium crossbow. That's good. I guess if I hadn't purchased crossbows and stuff, but it's like, really, I came in here for some of these. Like, the rapier is one thing. Plus 15% on that. I'm like, that's one thing. That all makes sense, but I'm coming in here and I'm finding like standard kingdom armor, not even blessed stuff, or but whatever. Stove. Sorry, you seek it out when your hunger is ripe. It sits on 4 legs and smokes a pipe. I read that incredibly fast and was like, oh, that's a stove. Hell yeah. What's this? Medium crossbow. Still repairable. Night fingers. Okay. I don't think he has night fingers yet. He does not. Part of my fear when I was doing my original playthrough a while ago is when I was doing this kind of thing and I was like, okay, I'm finding all this stuff. I'm going to take it all. I'm going to repair stuff, and then I'm going to sell things. I'm going to make a ton of money. And because I wasn't really thinking about like, I should do the dupe thing over and over and over again. I was mostly just like, do the dupe thing enough to buy some stuff right off the top, but then try to do all these other things. Things I don't need that I can sell, just find everything, put it on my body, run to a store, sell it all, run back inside, find all the other things inside a cave, like come out, do those kind of things. I'm like, okay, cool. When I got to this section, and I was like, I'm finding spells everywhere. I'm like, oh, sweet. And I start getting all the spells. The problem I had was like, wait, what does it mean that I'm getting all the spells? Is that actually a good thing or not? Because if I'm, as someone who's coming here in chapter 7, or whenever, are they gonna need all these spells then? Am I teaching these to Owen and screwing it up? And yet I'm like, when I read the walkthrough, people, it's like, don't forget to pick up these spells for Owen. And I'm like, oh okay. Like, I'm finding that out now. If I had done more reading a while ago, I would have cottoned onto that a lot sooner. But it was just like, if only I'd known, it would have been fine. I probably would have kept playing. But okay, has a tongue but never talks. Has no legs but sometimes walks. Everybody. A glory hand. Probably don't need that right now. Silverthorn. Good if we want to poison our swords. Do that right now, I guess. A look of absolute concentration was etched on Gorath's face as he prepared the blade with the Silverthorn, pinching off a single berry crushed against the blade. I think we did this. No, causing a blood-like fluid to trickle down the length of the sword's fuller. He would have to take great care not to scratch himself on it when he resheathed the weapon, or the venom would have him dead within minutes. And we'll give one to you so I can put the other two back in there. And yes, you can bless and then also advance something. So, but yeah, this is a, I guess as Lord Zerk points out, it's a hand of glory. It's glory hand, but yeah, I don't need that. I don't need those. Not going to worry about those. So now the question, though, is, let's put an actual save down. Since we've done this little thing. Oops, 33. Now the question is, does it make more sense to go back out the north or try to cross the Dimwood, which would mean having to take, and I have a little map up here, I'd have to take a bridge over there to the east of here to cross one river, go directly south. As long as I stick to the south, I can cross a river near the south side, and then cross through the south area, and then be out in the other side. It means having to, I might worry that I might end up having to, third option, clear out the Dimwood. I mean, I could do that right now. I hadn't intended to even come in here at this point at all. I was like, leave the Dimwood for Chapter 7, it's fine. But I could just clear out the Dimwood right now. And there will be less things to fight because as I understand it, anything you fight now, you get rid of as an additional fight later on. So those scorpions we fought, the Rusalka we fought, we've gotten rid of them. So technically, I will not be facing off against them. I won't have to face off against them later. Is there a hole in there? Oh, no. It's just a... I was like, wait, can you actually go inside there? No, you can't. And Owen is, you know, he's fine. Fine-ish. Ah. The animal was dead. Locklear peeled the creature's corpse, being careful of the trap's iron teeth while trying to find enough meat to wrap up into a packet of rations. And found 2 normal rations. I was like, did he take them all for himself? Maybe. Well, we'll walk through here. If I find anything interesting, I mean, getting some rations from the traps is good. Ah, Koltari poison, in case you wanted to make poison rations. So this is the bridge I would cross, I think, if I wanted to... Okay, here's a fight. I see we've already made up our mind about what's happening now. All right. Let's take care of that dude. Let's put a quarrel in this dude. If I end up running into anybody, we will fight people. I guess that will be the how things will work. These guys might be a little strong for what I expect, but I mean, they're also not going to be terribly overpowered, I don't think. You know what? Let's just let him rest. There, I hit that guy in the back. That sounds great. Wait, maybe Gorath can actually close the distance here. F it. I see this dude has changed his mind. He's like, no, if we're going to fight, I'm going after the mage. No, you're not. Thank God. Good thing I beat them with my armor craft on. It has it? There, now I can see all of them. Ah, it's a randomized crossbow. And might as well polish my own. Sure. Maybe we'll sell that. What do I care? Is that the same? That's the dude we just did. Okay. And that guy. Nice. Yeah, if these guys are going to be reasonably, I hate to say underpowered, because that's just looking for trouble. He was like a brother to us. No. Swallowed his pride and it killed him. No. Trap. Let's put down a bookmark. All right. Can Owen do it? Can he get it first try? Maybe he can't. Also, now I have so many different types of keys that I have to reach further for my pick locks. Ugh. This sounds interesting. I like what you've written, DJ Alternative. Freshman year of college, I was literally part of the group that the entire college and several nearby colleges went to learn about parties. We literally brought the party with us wherever we went. That's kind of amazing. When I was when I first went to university, because obviously I'd seen Animal House, we had moved towns, and it's still within Alberta. And the thing about most of the people, I mean, I had a big graduating class, and I was also in concert band, so there's like 70 people that I knew who they were, and then a few more than that, obviously outside of that too. But there was this there's this moving 7 hours north of where you lived. Most people were like, well, I'm going to go to Calgary and then go to U of C. I got to get the hell out of this town. Everyone was going on about it. Got to get the hell out of this town. I'm like, okay. I was probably just going to go to Metznack College for a couple of years, get whatever I needed to get from there for a couple of years, and then move to a university after that. You know, it's like live at home. But then my dad had lost his job at Medicine Hat College, so I was probably going to get like a good deal on tuition. He lost his job there and ended up getting a job at Alberta Vocational College in Edmonton as a VP. And so it's like, well, we're going to move there. We're moving to Edmonton. So I'm like, well, if I can live at home and go to either the U of A or to Grant MacEwan Community College or to anything else that's up there, there's apparently Alberta Vocational College, whatever that is, that sounds great. Why don't I just do that? You don't have to dorm, don't have to do anything. So that's what I did. And so I just kind of go with my parents and continue to live with them, and, you know, and have meals made at home and have like laundry done by my mother and like all those other kind of things. It's like, why not do that kind of thing? Especially when you don't really know how to do all those things yourself. It's just been like I would have had to have learned at like 18 years old how to manage all that. Instead, I really learned how to do a lot of that stuff when I was a lot older. Locklear can open this. There we go. Ah, that's why. And I need none of these. I care not for them. I wish not to have them. Do I just even add more to the pile? God, that'd be... Yeah, you know what? Let's put more things in there. Let's go find all the shells and put them in here too. So we... So I got to live at home while going to university, which was awesome. Yeah, you know what? This is probably a good place to do pick locks, actually. Let's start throwing stuff in here and see. That's going to be a full box. Okay. Take one thing out of there. The shell. And... Cool. Give them all. And while we're at it, one of those. You take all those back. Give that to Locklear. Korath can have those for the time being. That's good. Anything else I want to dupe? Powder bag's fine. I'll leave that there. I don't give a shit about that. Oh, it's already full. Fine, I'll hold on to that. Put that back. Don't think I need to dupe anything else that I'm really in need of at this point. Should start drinking more of these formulas, though. Anyway, we've done that, so that's good. That's all full up. All right. And Owen's lockpicking ability went up to what? 66. That's not bad. Yeah. So the thing is, though, being in university and having watched Animal House, I'm like, well, you have to get to know people, for one, but also, why not see what the party situation is like and what fun people are? Because I'm not a person who has that kind of fun. It's like, I want to see what these things are like, though, and this is the chance to like meet a bunch of people and meet a bunch of other people and then meet people at other places you meet people. And so during the week of welcome, I talked to one frat, and they were like, they're like, oh yeah, cool, you know, maybe we'll do whatever. But of course, I'm like really shy about this because I'm like, I don't know any of these people. I don't know who any of these people are. It's like, if you want to come hang out, you know, we're doing a thing. If you want to pledge at whatever time, we're doing a whatever. I'm like, yeah, sure. But I was kind of like, I didn't like how friendly they were because it didn't feel right. I was like, I don't like how friendly these guys feel. And then the dude gave me a call while he was like, hey, we're doing a thing if you want to get together and come out. Just no pressure. You don't have to join the frat. It's just to like welcome people who are new in case you do want to join the frat in the future. But this isn't a thing where we're looking for you to like sign up to join the frat. I'm like, no, that's fair, but I'm not really feeling it. And so then, and then later on, he gave me a call and he's like, we're going to go play Ultimate in Horlack Park if you want to come out and do that. And I'm like, oh, that, you know, sounds cool. I don't think that's my jam because I'm not a sports guy, right? And they're like, okay, well, that's cool. If you want to stop by, we're doing that all day. And it's like, okay, great. And then I was like, they didn't call me again. And I'm like, great. They figured it out. Try twice. Don't get anywhere. They know where you are. They can come find you. So instead, for like the first 4 months, it was like the frat thing isn't really my jam anyway, so I'm not doing that. And after about 4 months of our first semester of nothing's happening, I finally went to the anime club, which met at one of the colleges, and then there was winter break, and we got back after Christmas. The anime club stopped meeting at only the college and started meeting at the university, which meant now I could get to it easily, and showed up there, and that was fantastic. That's what set my social life for all of university was. Now we're going to the anime club. That's where I'm going to meet Ian, because that's where I did meet Ian. I mean, technically not really. We met in my driveway as he bought CDs from me, but we met each other there. All right, this great thing can also be swallowed, but can also swallow us. I'm hearing water from the chat. That works. Oh yeah, it's like we knew you were coming. Did you wanna fix some stuff? Here, we'll let you fix some stuff. Yes, please let me fix some stuff. I don't even know if I turned off his whatever or not. I kind of uninterested in that. I guess we can give him the pack. And 4 restoratives, which is fine, which you would definitely need running around here because holy crap. Why not put one of these on there? Who knows why? Trying to conserve a little he had of the brown fluid, Gorath applied the flame root oil sparingly, though it was rare that he had run across opponents who used naphtha to treat their blades. He wanted no unpleasant surprises if he did meet with such individuals. Even in small amounts, the rare oil would extinguish any naphtha which contacted his armor. That's good. I like the little bloop sound. You can have a bloop. Good bloop. I like this. All right. I should look in that other thing which had like the... All right. Owen, break this. No, go until you break one. I need to get it out of my hand. Thank you. Excellent. These things, which I was going to bring with me and just sell. Oh, we can repair that. All right. All right. Poisoned rations, yep. Anything by this waterfall? On this side of the waterfall. Not seeing anything. There is a house here. What the hell? Oh, no one's lived here in some time. Now that I think about it, right, there is supposed to be somebody who lives in this area. Okay, it's 11:12. I'm going to take a break. We're going to come back, go a little bit longer. Might not even make it to Malik's Cross. I was kind of hoping we might, but I think we might spend some time in here for a bit. Please have a break. I'm going to have a quick break and watch some commercials or listen to the music, which only lasts for like 20 seconds. We'll see you in a bit. And we're back. I had to get some milk because of the Tabasco was bothering my mouth. Okay. Put in the long haul. Let's see here. We're going to about 40 minutes. We're going to just fly through this. Oh. What? Hi, Precious. What the hell are you? It's Doctor Strange. Let's find out what this is. Ah, Witch Hag. Let's close in. Yeah, let's close in. To spare thy eyes. Attack! Attack! Yeah. Thank you. I got a lot of practice on the bus. Beatboxing. You know, you end up with kind of like nothing to do, so you're waiting for the bus and like what am I going to do right now? It's like why wouldn't I entertain myself by doing this? And that's what I would do. Oh, that's cool. You can actually swap active weapons. That's kind of neat. All right. That's good for that. Yeah. No, it'd be like more like, yeah, not on the bus, waiting for the bus. I mean, sometimes you'd be on the bus and you just kind of like, under your breath, you're just kind of doing it. You're sitting by yourself. You're sitting near maybe the front or the back or something else. There's really nobody sitting around you. I'm maybe reading something and I'm just kind of like doing that because it's like it's something to do with my mouth. It's something to kind of just occupy myself. If I'm reading stuff on my not my Palm Pilot, but my Handera 330 is what I had. And yeah, that was what I did at the time to just entertain myself and occupy my mouth. Barlow Tons. Barlutons. Barlutons. He forgot to concentrate. Yeah, we'll dig up that grave. Why not take some of that? Spellcasting. Part of the reason why coming in here, there's going to be traps. There's going to be like advanced level traps. So the thing to do here then I feel like is to do this. Push that once. Go through here. Gorath waits. Owen waits. Let's turn on that grid. Gorath waits. Owen waits. Locklear pushes this one forward. There we go. Gorath waits. Owen waits. Locklear goes over here, so he doesn't take any chances into running into the damn thing. And leaves. We're still headed kind of northish. There's going to be Nighthawks and stuff in here too, right? That's kind of the other reason why it's like, do you really want to spend a lot of time in here? Nighthawks are tough. 1 pace to the north, 2 paces to the east, 2 paces to the south, 2 paces to the west, 1 pace to the north. So that. You've basically made a circle. Oh no, you've made a square is what you've made. Because it's definitives. Squircle. Oh, look at that. Elven armor with a +2 mod. God, sort of Kinnear. Oh, okay. More of that. More of that. Polish. Oh, we'll hang on to it. Why not? Has feathers but can't fly. Rests on legs but can't walk. Has feathers but can't fly. Rests on legs but can't walk. Here we go. Bletterist. I like mattress. That's an interesting one. Rests on legs. Oh, yeah, look at that. Nice. Well done. What's this one? Mirror wall. All right. I know we don't have this. Looking at 688. Seven, 7, 8. I think is going to be okay. Did we do this one? It flies without wings, drops without fear, but held in warm hands, it will soon oh, it's Snowflake. Held in warm hands, it will soon disappear. Tsirani, heavy crossbow. The ivory inlaid on the crossbow's darkly stained wooden tiller marked it as Tsirani, likely a weapon fashioned for the lord of a great house. It was also unusual in that the bow was made of a flexible material, unlike anything found in the kingdom. Probably some sort of thing like laminated bamboo or something. That fills up some space, definitely. That's the light crossbow. That's a medium crossbow. Yeah. Still not as good as, I don't think, 40 and 0. And this is 25 and 25. So we don't get the base damage, but we gain a lot in accuracy. At some point, though, switching to the heavy crossbows is definitely the way to go. If skills have become high enough. Like right now, 81%. I could move Gorath up if I wanted to. He's getting right now like almost 100% accuracy every time he shoots. If he's like another 10% or more, I'd probably say time to take him to the heavier crossbow. Though I imagine maybe it is just worth it even now. Like I don't get the extra 25% boost. I risk missing, but when I do damage, I do a lot more damage. Hmm. Well, let's polish it. Great. Okay, that is 3 boxes I think we found, and it's rare when there's 4, and we already saw the one that had a 4 anyway. I also know that based on the thing that I found talking about going into different sectors, it's like going into the Dimwood is definitely something you can do based on the original walkthrough. There is the recommendation that you can do that. Does this take me back to chapter 1? It does. Yeah, if I go into the Dimwood, you can go through it in 1, 2, 3, and 6. If you enter in any of the early chapters, you can perform a quest. Oh, okay, we're here right now. But that's on the west side. I have to go in on the west side. Well, I guess we can follow this all the way along to the west side and see what we find. There's a lot of chests. All about the house. With his lady he dances, yet he always works and never romances. Broom? Yeah, flame coral is also lower accuracy as well, you're right. So another nice set of elven armor, some more flaming quarrels if we needed them. It's light medium crossbow. There's a medium crossbow we already have. It's also repairable. Just have it all. We'll sort this out. There we go. I could definitely take another crossbow if I wanted to. Kind of not seeing the point. I mean, yeah. The really good bow that we want is called a Bessie Mauler, and it's very, very strong. I'll leave that there. Pounds all day, beats all night, never rests. Nice. Surf? Five of those. How many of these do we even have? I have 11. Okay, don't need to pick any of those up at the moment. We're fine. Ah, scorpion over there. Gonna be fighting that in a second. All across the countryside, to front doors he travels, but you never invite him in. Goat. P, F, G, C, F, L. Path. It's good. Thank goodness, some actual rations. The unseen. All right. How are we doing? Great. Oh, there's a lot of you. Owen's got his ability. Let's toss it on that guy. Locklear. Yep. Gonna get stung. Come on, Gorath. Just land a hit, Gorath. That's all I ask. There we go. Nice. Someone's had better. Look at all these dead scorpions. We've been in that box, I think. Yeah, that's the path box. Orson Dubas Fatimore. Oh, that's going to be kill the giant that dealt his fatal blow. This is Fatimore's formula, which we probably don't need. Got a lot of that too. Yeah. At last, Miller Dubs. Miller Dubs. At last he joined his beloved wife. Just a body. No wife. Rose Dubs. No wife shall be so missed. Just a body. Mitchell Jans disappeared into the woods, never came back. Oh, that's good. Well, let's camp in the graveyard. To the north and the west. Where are we? Guess we go south. Southish. Couple of shells. 58 and 79. Another grave. Ashlyn Mekis. All who knew her loved her. Actually, you know what? I guess maybe if I find useful stuff, I should be picking it out of the graves because I can be leaving it in boxes. Yeah, for an area where I feel like I should be really terrified, I haven't encountered much that's giving me pause so far. Where are we? We're going to cross that. Let's just go north here a hair. I see nothing behind here. We're going to cross that bridge. There is a man's. I think we are ready to fight. All right. I snuck up behind them. That was good. Lots of things just lying around. Now, which one of these guys probably has a crossbow? Let's say him. Pfft. Also, Gorath needs time to get up there anyway, so... I feel like we took them very much by surprise. Oh, what are we full on now? Right, we have all sorts of other crazy shit. Nope, take that off. Just use it. Make some room. Excellent. Okay. I was like, didn't I already fix this guy? Oh, they all have different things. Okay. Great. Drop it. Drop it. Medium crossbow. I'm not going to get too hung up on some of those things. Good. That's all three. So we're here. 90%. That's really good. Poisoned rations, hooray. Oh, another box. Poisoned rations and a single herbal pack. Now we're full on herbal packs. Wordlock box, okay. Though a tasty treat made in Spiral Towers, rarely will it be eaten alone. Though a tasty treat made in Spiral Towers, rarely will it be eaten alone. Eaten alone. R-L-H-I. A-E-O. Grape, maybe? No, there's no G in here. Honey actually sounds like it could be it. Oh, Spiral Towers is a beehive, right. Yeah, that works. I don't care about getting the bonus at this point. Just want to get that done with. Who's here? Jarrett Jester stood beneath the wrong tree. Forest Walker, dedicated. No. Threw a stone at a dragon. Okay, that's a dragon stone. We don't need that, though. Skins were his trade. Yes? Just a body. Okay. We want to work our way to the west side. Let's do that. $73 and the 1. Small crossbow and an 83. And some armor to repair. Some royals to take. And some spoiled rations to ignore. That armor back. Okay, trap coming up. Nope. Wordlock box. A strange earthen house that brings naught but disdain, and yet those who stay there never do complain. Grave. Oh, wow. A mess of things. Take that. 23. What's our whetstone look like? 4. Give that one to Gorath. He can use it when he needs to. Koltari poison, Silverthorn, and then Silverthorn anti-venom. Might be a good idea to take a bit of that right now. And we'll put the rest back. I could poison my sword if I wanted to. There is a lot of anti-venom in here. Lots of poison in here. Poison those elven quarrels. Why the hell not? When we get around to using them, they're going to be quite the thing. You cannot poison your flaming arrows, though that'd be really funny. But we can poison that rapier and that sword, and now they'll sell for more. Twins on either side of a ridge that smells. They shall never see each other directly. But, yeah, okay. Let's try it. Oh, eyes! That's cute. A ridge that smells. So might as well turn on the armor craft. No, I need the armor craft. You know what? Let's give the really nice one to Gorath for the time being, so we can use up the one that is almost done. Excellent. A little more flame root oil, which we do have a lot of. Reasonably nice shell. Did we do this box? You see me oft in woods and town, with my roots above. I must grow down. Is this hairdo? L or I? Icicle. I see Map got there same time I did. Excellent. We are very low on hammer time. That's okay, though. Let's drop another bookmark. See if we can find the quest that's in here, since I'm probably getting pretty close to it. The creatures howled. I'm feeling like this one. Locklear closes in. Was unable to fight that dude because they occupy so much space. Another Despair Thy Eyes. With this guy. And one for this guy again. I'm gonna take that grid off. Excellent. They will never carry anything. I will just walk over their bodies. Ah. No. Ah, the unseen. Caster can sense food. Okay. We'll give Owen a shot at this one. I think he'll be fine. Excellent. Poisoned rations. Ah, but his lockpick went up. That's nice. Isn't that nice? That's nice. Poisoned. Spoiled? Spoiled, yep. Hmm. Where are we? Okay, so we're coming close to that entrance, which is a good thing because I think this is the area that we need to be in order to find where this quest begins. Oh, we're gonna have a fight. Oh. How do they do to fire? I don't like it. All right. Let's take that guy. Work together with the same guy, maybe? I can't even... I would love to know why Gorath has such a hard time attacking these things. Because it seems like he's missing all the time. Wait, let's have a look here. Normal, normal, normal. Okay, nobody got poisoned. Now this is the way... Yeah, I was going to say there's a trap over here somewhere. Oh, God, okay. What if Owen just stood over here? Oh, wait, hang on. Locklear goes over here. Gorath stops. Owen stops. Locklear pushes this. Gorath stops. Owen stops. Locklear pushes this. Gorath stops. Owen stops. Locklear pushes that. He can't actually do this to walk through it. Rest, rest. Locklear pushes that. Gorath. Owen, Locklear waits. Gorath pushes this forward. Waits and waits. Gorath pushes this forward. There we go. Owen waits. Locklear runs for it. Made it out. So Gorath is using a greatsword, which is an elf mod, which actually he should be able to use quite handily. Now, this is the way out. This appears to be the way out anyway. Let's have a look at how close I am. Yeah, that's going to be the way out. So we need to turn around and come in. And I don't know where I need to go yet. I'm sure I'll figure it out. Here's the other side of the waterfall. That's fine. Let's just camp next to the dead body. Ah. The enemy jump back. Apparently they're pretty well trained. I'm going to say this guy. Locklear hits that dude. Gorath moves to this guy. Continues to pick on that boy. Gorath engages. Well, I froze that dude in place, essentially. And then we'll freeze this guy in place. Locklear. Let's do the easy one. These guys don't tend to have very much in the way of armor. Maybe it's just stamina. I don't know. They don't seem to have a lot of hit points. Sure, come on down. Oh, got lucky there. Yeah, I agree. The puzzle traps are hard with the kind of perspective you end up having because it's like it's hard to tell where everything is. I imagine it must have been part of the idea that it's like it is difficult to do, isn't it? Yes, you figured that out, and it's like yes, that doesn't make it any more fun. Weapon craft. Click, click. Armor craft. Ooh, we are almost out of a hammer. Maybe somebody else will have a hammer. Not yet, they won't. You have the nice. Oops. Normal rations. $11, $12, $11. Cool. This guy. Oh, two-handed broadsword. Broken key. Normal ass rations. Oh, we can give him one more. You know what? Take them all. We'll figure out what to do with them. Repair. And there goes my hammer. So I hope one of you guys has a hammer on you. You don't. Good. Yeah, we've got everybody. Okay, that's fine. Drop a bookmark. God, it's midnight. I want to find out where this damn quest is. Beware a dangerous forest. Oh, I see. You come in on this thing. Come in on the path. Oh, hi. Sure. And, you know, 5 scorpions. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 scorpions. Still not being threatened. Okay. I mean, gonna be. This one? Okay, good. He was able to hit it. He was able to hit that. I wonder why they don't give a shit about Owen. That one does. Good. Just ruined 6 of them. Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, I have to go talk to somebody first. I don't go to the... There's a corpse here. Ale cask. Huh. All right. Never seen one of those in the wild before, ever, when I played this game. A female voice suddenly filled Locklear's mind. Ill has been done me, and I shall not speak until the wrong has been erased. As quickly as it came, the voice was gone. Shaking his head to empty the intruder from his mind, like salt from a shaker, he then turned and banged on the door, trying to get a response from the owner. Realizing that none was coming, he decided they should leave. Okay, it says when you're coming off the path, go north. It says after the trap, go north. No, let's not camp until healed. That's, well, that will work. Oh, there's a house here. Okay, good, good. Someone was shouting at him. The voice seemed to be coming from the house, but Locklear couldn't be sure. He listened intently for a moment, and the shouting began again. "Ask John Scorpion, stay away!" cried the voice. What's he saying? Asked Gorath. Locklear pursed his lip and shook his head. I can't tell. His accent sounds Hadati, and I can't make it out. Perhaps we should go find out. Cool. Shell. Before Locklear could knock, a scowling man appeared at the door. "You shouldn't have come," drawled the man with a heavy Hadati accent. "The dead ones in my yard were all visiting too." With a look of concern on his face, he turned to the man and said, "Maybe you should tell us what's going on." The man sighed. "All right, my name's Dickie. Aki. Dickie, Aki. I'm a trapper. There's a witch woman living southeast of here, causing all sorts of trouble, scaring away animals from my traps. And when I went to talk to her about it, she cast a spell on my house. Giant scorpions appear every..." The man suddenly gasped and slammed the door. Gorath was mumbling to himself. Scorpions? Scorpions? Uh-oh. Locklear prepared for battle. These things may have been created with some sort of cantrip, but one thing I do know, they are not merely illusions. Fight! This might be pretty straightforward. Don't go attack Owen. Okay, so we did that. And there's some bodies. Hey, a hammer! I needed one of those. And poisoned rations and some rope, which I don't need either of those. Okay. Some wrong has been done. I'm guessing that is the witch. So we go southeast of here. Till we see witch's house. Okay, same thing as before. And there's a dead dude. Kale, ask. Cask of ale. Ask of Kale. Okay, so ill has been done me. She doesn't want to talk. Well, The well looked inviting. Weeds grew around the base of the well, and a tangled clump, a good indication it hadn't dried up. My throat has grown quite parched. My water pouch is nearly empty. Shall we get a drink? Yes. Locklear lowered the bucket into the well. The bucket at the bottom of the well with a splash, and he waited for it to become submerged before turning the wooden crank to retrieve it. Retrieving his water pouch from his pack, Gorath filled it, then took a greedy drink as the others prepared to do the same. Wait! Something... Shit, we should have been more cautious. There's something in that well besides water. I think it's been poisoned. Are you sure? Why would someone want to poison their own well? Unless someone's trying to poison the owner of this well. Locklear stared at the bucket. Moving out of the way, he tipped it over, spilling the poisonous contents to the ground, then watched the water as it trailed down the side of a small hill on tiny rivers, forming tributaries and islets in the dust. A discouraged look set upon his face like a dark shadow, but then just as quickly lifted. He tipped at the bucket and began to fish around inside. When he at last removed his hand, he held a small red berry between his thumb and forefinger. Silverthorn, he said. Gorath's stomach hurt. He tipped back his head and gritted his teeth, trying to fight back the nausea he felt well amp inside him. We did this once already. So what we can do is we can give him some herbal packs and sleep, and that will solve this, or he can drink some restoratives. And that will do it. So now we talk. Nope, nothing. I guess we go back. Oh, I see. Okay, the thing says you can depoison the well. And for that, we're going to need Silverthorn Antivenom. And that is in the... Where is that? Southwesternmost corner of the Dimwood. Should have just picked it up. Oh, well. Was that over here? No. It's probably over here then. Nope. Sleep. Remember we found a wordlock box that had 8 Silverthorn and 8 Antivenom in it, and we put that stuff on. I can't remember if we even checked that chest already. Little practice is always good. Those are poisoned rations. There's a bunch. Was it this one? No, that's Icicle. It was the grave box. I picked it up, put it into my inventory, applied it to everything, and then I dumped it back in the box because I'm like, oh, well, then there'll be some here that when we come back. But turns out it's a good idea to have it. Oh, trap. Owen waits. Locklear waits. Oh no. Owen waits. Locklear gets behind this. Gorath waits. Owen waits. Locklear pushes that in front of there. Gorath pushes that. Owen waits. Locklear waits. Locklear can step over. Can he end up moving between those? He might not be able to. Shit. Owen waits. Push it one more. Korath waits. Just make sure we can definitely get that into a position where... Wait, no. Don't know why I did that. Gorath pushes this thing. There we go. And we're clear. Where the hell is that house? There it is. My throat's grown quite parched. No. Locklear stared in the bucket. He tipped it up and began to fish around inside. When he at last moved his hand, he held a small red berry, just as I thought. Silverthorn. We have some Silverthorn anti-venom in our pack. Shall we use it to depoison the well? Yes. Silverthorn anti-venom sparkled. Moving quickly, Locklear poured a few drops of the precious liquid into the well. After a moment's hesitation, he turned the vial upside down, spilling all the contents into the darkness of the watery hole. It's weird that it's because vial, but also they're like, well, they're berries, but let's hope that works. I pray to Iship the water in this well hasn't already claimed the lives of the owners. I suspect they'll be pretty grateful for what we've just done. A wrinkled woman answered Locklear's knock. I see in your mind that you've righted the wrong that had been done to me, she said. She thanked them, introduced herself as Willindi, then sighed. People did not understand my magical talents, so I moved to the Dimwood to live out my final days in restful solitude. I just wanted to be left alone. Believing the old woman's story, Locklear said gently, I'm afraid your Hadati neighbor down the way believed you responsible for his trapping miseries. The woman looked glum. Such a simple man. Men like that often fear what they do not understand. I suppose I should have been more tolerant, but when he killed some of my livestock and poisoned my well, I'm afraid I lost my temper and called forth the scorpions to stalk his house. I didn't mean for anyone else to get hurt. Locklear nodded. Here, sirs, for all your troubles. I'd like you to have these two things. She reached into the air twice and produced 2 vials of Luton's concentrate. Locklear took them graciously and thanked her as he headed for the door. When Lindy met Locklear at the door, I'm so glad to see you again, she said. How have you been? They talked for a few minutes while she conjured up some tea and biscuits. After roughly half an hour, tea and biscuits having disappeared as quickly, though not as magically, as they'd appeared, Locklear decided it was time to leave. That's cool. You get actual, like, instead of the whole, oh, the people thanked them for coming by thing. So do we go back to that guy and see if he's, see what he has to say for himself? There's a house. Aki was not at home. All right, he doesn't seem to be about. Let's go. Let's go. Let's move through the middle of the wood. We might run into some more fights, but I might also find more treasures. For example, here's one. Have we been here before? They have not lips nor tongues, yet lead them green to the pit. And as they die, you will hear them sputter, hiss, and spit. Twig? I like toad. That was good. Ants. Great. They have not lips nor tongues, yet lead them green to the pit, and as they die you will hear them sputter, hiss, and spit. I like logs, actually. That sounds like it's what it's going to be. Yep, green logs. It's like it's wood, it's in a fire. 8, 4. Why does he have... Oh, Jesus, she gave us a whole bunch. Here, do you need some of this? I gave you a ton of it. Why aren't you using it? Let's polish that. It's still on. There we go. And we'll get everyone else set up on their normal whatevers again. No, casting is what I'm trying to train him in. And Gorath had to take 4, so he can have those 4 back. Excellent. Oh, another box. There is a shoemaker in the dell, makes his shoes with steel and nail. Although his goods last right well, folks need 2 pair without fail. Horses? Is it farrier? Farted. No, Hexy Lexi, I also like the accidental tits as well. That made me laugh. I had to laugh internally and not let on that I was enjoying myself. Because scandal. Ah, Grief of 1,000 Nights. Pretty sure I don't have that one yet. And another 4 of these? 10 of these, whatever. Okay. Dimwood's looking pretty picked over, it feels like. You said finding one more box? No, God, no. Trapped? It is trapped. No. Save a bookmark. Nope. Wow. Oh, it ruined us. Let's restore that bookmark. So this chest needs an even higher lockpick. That's 98. What do we got here? Medium crossbow, more flameroot oil, another spell. What spell? Night Fingers. Do I not have Night Fingers? I have Night Fingers. Don't really need a medium crossbow. What do these actually do again? They're 15 and 5, right? Okay. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, that stacks. So much Luton's concentrate now. Is that the one I just opened? That's the one I just opened. This one's trapped too. Taking no chances here. God, what a pisser that would be if you like had to bust your butt trying to get that. Here, have that and have this. Have this. I'll repair this. Great. Just a note inside that says lol. It's true, right? Okay. We're going just a little bit longer so I can get out of this place. We gotta get out of this place. And we're gonna go to the south to do it. Oh, yeah. No, not that. Maybe someday we'll train that, but not today. They were waiting for me, even though his back was turned. Unusual start. Wow, really? Yeah, okay. Oof. Didn't like that very much. Owen is not in a position of strength. Can't reach from here. Ugh. I think he's frozen now. That might have worked. Grief of a Thousand Nights. Opponent held. Oh, I see. See if I can blind the witch hag one more time. Blind this guy while we're at it. This dude wants to fight. He'll find one. It's weird. I feel like it's so weird because I feel like Owen is like or sorry, Gorath is like, all right, first few times I'm going to hit, I'm not going to hit anything. But then I'm going to be on a tear. I'm going to remember how my sword works. I'm glad. You need that. I need to do that whole thing where he gets to improve his sword play. Lockie could definitely use some time off. Oh, God. All right. You hold that, and you hold that. And we'll take that guy's sword, and we will polish it. That's good. What do we got for rations? 10. All right. Have them all. We'll figure it out in a minute. Take that one too while you're at it. Polish that sword. Polish that sword. Sorry. Did that. Hag generally carries nothing. That's everything. Was this something empty? Oh, okay. No one's about. We were here before, weren't we? 5 rations. We weren't here before. Ah, some Silverthorn anti-venom. Locklear needs to camp for a bit. Gonna kind of snake our way out of here funny, just to see if there's... I don't really want another fight, obviously. What's funny about this is that the in order for them to escape, they have to run off the top of the screen. And I just think that's really funny. Like, it's forget it. Not going to worry about setting the thing to be good. I mostly just want to try to get out of here, back into another zone, so I can wrap up for the evening. And that's okay. This road branches a little further on. To the west, it leads toward Eggley, eventually Krondor. To the east, it'll take us near Sethenon. We're going to go east. Landscape flattened. Slowly the hills and trees began to thin, becoming more sparse in the grassy midlands of the kingdom. And now we are in... we're on a road that will take us... How close to Sethenon? How close are we to Sethenon at this point? It's right there. I bet you it's up this road. Oh, it's not. It is a major, major place. The owner of the small house, a farmer, called themselves Covey and invited them inside. They talked for several minutes about a variety of topics, while Covey's wife grabbed something they could take with them when they left. Could we get you strapping lads something to eat? Yes. With a smile, farmer motioned to his wife. He moved next to her and helped her prepare the rations. When they were through, they handed several packages to Locklear, accepted them graciously. You have been too kind, he said. And I bet that means that we have normal-ass rations. Probably. Staring into the barn, Gora thought he could make out the forms of a cow and several small sheep. He also thought he heard chickens, so he wasn't exactly sure where the sound was coming from. It made him think of Covey's kind offer. Come on, we should be going, Locklear said. His kind offer of what? He made us rations. Was that it? Is that the kind offer you're happy about? Can we get to Sethenon? Oh. All right. We know we're going to get dropped on. Then I'm just going to call it here. I'm not going to go through another fight and try to get to Sethenon. We're just going to call it. There will be more of this anon. And that'll bring us to the end of the stream. Thank you, everybody, for watching so far. Let's go back to the booth real fast. It was a longer stream than normal, wasn't it? Much longer, but that's okay. And I want to thank everybody for watching Play It Forward tonight. I had a good time playing Betrayal at Krondor. I'm Beej. You've been watching Loading Ready Run, and if you listened to the to what happened earlier, you would have heard what's coming up next throughout the rest of the week. But you can always check that out at loadingreadyrun.com/live. I want to thank everybody who backs us on YouTube. If you're watching on the YouTube VOD channel, you can also come to our main channel, youtube.com/loadingreadyrun. And if you want to back us through memberships there, feel free to do that. If you are here on Twitch, that helps us as well. And at the Patreon, at patreon.com/loadingreadyrun. In fact, let's go over everybody who showed up at this point. Or rather, throughout this entire however many hours it has been. Let's see. Panstravaganza gave 510 bits. Thank you for those. Arclight Dynamo with 42 months. Some say Peach is still trying to find his way to Krondor to this day. NTV CDM with 80 months. So many. Nifleon for 20 months. Lighting Expert 13 for 13 months. Ferrobender 27 for 31 months. Malfunct for 89 months. And then Foxmar's Raider showed up. Thank you, Foxmar, for the raid. Doom Rhombus for 45 months. Narzareth showing up with 5,500 bits. 5,500 bits. That's so many bits. That's so generous of you. Thank you for doing that. That's super cool. And then Hexy Lexi just dropped a sub on Narzareth as well. So welcome to the stream, Narzareth. Then Matt Wiggins had his raid, and thank you for that, Matt. Here, Heron Blademaster dropped a sub for Graham, who had just shown up at that point to say hello. Jandalf84 came back for 34 months. Sapphire282 for 21 months, cheering me on to get dem Scorpions. And Xanto69 with 50 bits. That was about an hour ago. Thank you so much for that. This has been a really good time. Thank you for helping. We are very, very close to Sethanon, and it's a little bit dark, but it gets lighter soon. We're going to go through Sethanon, continue on east to Lighton like we were doing before, or maybe even just skip Lighton a little bit and turn down early to get all the way down to Malik's Cross, and then we'll pick up from Malik's Cross to head back to on the other route. Then we'll go up through Tanner's and Egley, and then see about doing whatever needs doing up there perhaps, and then make our way down south after that. This should work out pretty good. I thought we were going to get all the way to Malik's Cross today, but there was... Oh, right, and there's like... We got to go to Silden to go to Aortus to talk about the Rusalki. I guess we got to do that. So we'll do that. It'll be fine. We'll take care of it. Everyone have a lovely night. This was a lot of fun playing for you. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay inside if you can. Get that vaccine. Get the vaccine. I don't care which one you get. Just make sure that you get the vaccine, the one that has the two of them in it, I guess. And we will talk to you in a couple days. Bye-bye.